only or on the video. If you wouldn't mind muting your line if you're not speaking, that will help ensure that the audio coming from the New York office is clear. There's a green button up at the top that allows you to mute and unmute your mic. So whoever is typing, if you wouldn't mind going on mute, I can hear you typing away. All right, so the way that this works, obviously everybody you have your mute and unmute. You're welcome to speak up. I will be monitoring the chat box, so you can also type your chat in there. Just to say, we're starting about 10 minutes late. We have a very packed agenda for the next 2.5 hours until 12:30. So I hear a lot of feedback. Can everybody come on mute? So if you see the chat box, the column on your right-hand side, there's a red arrow, a green mic box, a little green video cam, and then some blue button that I don't know what that means. But the green mute box, that's how you mute your line. All right, that sounds better. Thanks, everyone. So before we do introductions of all of the folks on the IRC line, I'd like to just give a quick introduction to Judith Bruce and her colleagues from the POP Council. Judith, we're delighted to have you all join us this morning. Thank you very much for taking the time, both for the preparation and for joining us today. I know there was a lot of interest to learn more about how we work with adolescent girls, so really appreciate you bringing your expertise and experience into the room. Judith, with her are two colleagues from the POP Council, Vera David and Amy McDowell. I hope I'm saying your last name correct, Amy.
McDonough. And Amy is a consultant, but working very closely on this capacity building work, so an integral part of our team.
Great. Vera, Amy, do you want to say a few words about your role today?
Sure. So I will be focusing on using mapping as a strategic framework to emphasize a lot of the principles that Judith will be walking through and how it'll help you see and recruit the most vulnerable girls.
And my role is to work with various organizations on capacity building, assisting Judith, and also to ultimately come up with case studies and other tools for partners to use.
Which means that, among other things, I'm hoping that IRC will identify a few opportunities which could be used as case studies without mentioning the organization, but the kinds of challenges people face when they move into this. Because I think what you know is important, but what you don't know is even more important, because if we know that, then we can design materials in a process that's better for you. So everything you know and you don't know is equally valuable in this case.
Great. Well, I have a pretty confident feeling we'll be able to provide a few case studies at some point down the line. So Amy, we'll certainly keep in touch. Can I ask everybody in the New York room, can we go around and just introduce yourself? Let us know your name and the unit that you're coming from. For those who are sitting towards the back of the room, you're going to have to shout it out or jump up to the front of the room so we can hear you clearly.
Yeah,
sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you might want to stand up so you can see.
Just barely.
Hi, this is Justine Landegger. I am a technical advisor and I'm from the health unit. And more, I see projects coming up and approaches that are specifically targeting adolescent girls. And so we just submitted something for Rwanda specifically. And I really want to learn more about that and how I can, from the design phase, know, without running to, WP, but being able to design that approach from the side of health that would fit well with what, integrate well with what other units are working on.
Hi everybody, this is Minerva. I was one of the health unit manager.
Hi, I'm Jenna Lupinacci, Health Unit Program Assistant.
Hi, I'm Juliette Seban. I'm working for the Research and Evaluation Learning Unit.
Hey everyone, this is Esma Donahue. I'm a technical advisor covering the Middle East and North Africa.
WP means
Women's Protection and Empowerment.
And I'm Miriam, the WPE assistant, and just on hand to help today.
Great. All right, welcome everybody in New York. How about we go to our folks remotely? If we could just go down the line, starting with Abby.
You're on mute.
That always happens to me. Good morning. Really excited to be part of the meeting. My name is Abby Erickson. I'm a Senior Technical Advisor with the Women's Protection and Empowerment Technical Unit.
Great. Catherine?
Hi everyone, my name is Catherine Colton. I work for the IRC's Women's Protection Empowerment Technical Unit. I am a technical advisor and I cover the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Central African Republic. And I'm very excited because I think that both through our normal program and our emergency response, I think we can do a lot more for adolescent girls. So I'm looking forward to it. Thanks for presenting.
Great. Heather? We don't hear
I'm one of the technical advisors, and I can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so my name's Heather, and I'm another one of the WPE technical advisors. I cover Sierra Leone, Liberia, Cote d'Ivoire, and Uganda. And I'm also very excited about this, particularly because of the Girl in Power pilot that's in Liberia. So I'm really looking forward to this conversation.
Great. Thanks. Jeannie?
Hi, I'm Jeannie Annan. I'm the Director of Research and Evaluation.
All right, Jennifer? You're on mute, Jennifer. I don't hear you. Sorry. Well, there you she is also based in Brussels. She's one of the technical advisors on the Women's Protection and Empowerment team. Thanks, hopefully you'll have at some point today. Laura?
Hi everyone, I hope you can hear me, but I know you can't see me. So my name is Laura, and I'm the Senior Technical Advisor for Child Protection as part of the Child Health Protection and Development Technical Units.
Great, thanks Laura. Sarah? All right, unfortunately we can't hear you, Sarah, but this is Sarah Smith joining us. She is the Director of the Children Youth Protection and Development Unit. Not everybody can join us on the line. All right, great. So we also have on the line. Again, just a reminder, please mute your line. We're having a little bit of feedback. So with that, Judith, I'll hand it over to you.
Okay. I have some trouble hearing you, so I'm hoping you can hear me better than I can hear you. And I'll try not to speak too fast, but I'm going to speak fast enough to get through kind of major samples of the subjects we're going to cover. I understand you're laying the groundwork for webinars and other longer-term capacity building and technical exchange, so think of these as samples. I'm hoping they'll be helpful in a freestanding way, but you're entering into a process. We were very interested to have not only your names, but where you fit in the organization. And because it's really important for change for there to be a threshold proportion of staff engaged in this, because this is work that almost always means changing most of what organizations have traditionally done. Not the value part of it. That's the easy part. It's the mechanics, the indicators, what success looks like. So, what do I put this? So this is the outline. Going to spend about 20 minutes now on reviewing why it's essential to invest in the poorest girls in the poorest communities. Then another 20 minutes on how to see girls and make them actionable, identifying the subnational places with high concentrations of vulnerable girls to invest in. And you'll notice here that the unit is the community. We use data on girls to find the communities, but if you just go after girls as an individual, you miss the fact that we have to work. It's more like a collective bargaining approach we're taking. Third, the process by which we identify girls to create targeting, access, and action plans. And for this, Vera will be joining me to give you some information about how mapping can help you, whatever techniques you use along with that I am deeply committed to, and basically feel that we cannot go forward unless we know the universe that we're working with. Fourth, that'll be 40 minutes. Fourth, how to set goals for specific segments of girls to build their health, social, and economic assets. And what success looks like, the level of the girl, the level of the community. This last one being extremely challenging for most organizations because very few of the indicators here are ones that are currently in anybody's, whatever their sectoral expertise, are not currently success indicators. So moving to why girls. This is the outline. We're going to begin with why girls. These are the steps. This material you'll get later of kind of the stepwise, I want to say cookbook. I'm focusing on the strategic planning part of this because it is our experience that if you need to know where home base is, and if you get to the wrong girls or the wrong process, then much of your effort is wasted or at least not maximized. So that initial frame is really essential. We were told that some of you are really new to this, enthusiastic but new, and we should spend some time on why it is essential to invest in the poorest girls in the poorest communities. And I'm happy to do that because I think some of our most important arguments are actually not getting enough attention in the public space. This is called 6 Reasons on Which the World Agrees. And these are versions of the Millennium Development Goals. You know that they're being renegotiated. You know that they're very salient in many countries, though not in the United States particularly. They don't particularly guide USAID policy. They're, I think, more active in other policies. But if there is a consensus document, the MDGs probably are it. So with respect to poverty alleviation, we know increased female control of income has far stronger returns to human capital than comparable income under male control. And the foundation for that has to be laid in adolescence. And the current research is showing girls with an extremely high, across-the-board propensity to save, but not safe mechanisms to do so. This is something showing up literally universally. But people then confuse what are seen as adult economic success with the preparation we do. So with respect to this, financial literacy, financial literacy, financial literacy. If I had to do one thing, it would be financial literacy. Achieving universal primary education. The spotlight has been on primary education, which is largely equalizing between males and females. And the story for girls is to be in school during adolescence, even if it's a poor schooling and you're way behind grade for age. At least as a social institution to which you can belong, build some social capital. So being in school as an adolescent, almost irrespective of the conditions, is a good, because girls' adolescence otherwise is basically treated as the beginning of their adulthood, and the exploitation begins very early. Promoting gender equality. I'm not a big fan of the word gender equality because I don't know what equality means, and gender doesn't let us know who our client is. So I focus here on building the understanding the distinctive attitudinal and behavioral needs of boys and girls as distinct and under very different challenge. But we do know that the crucial moment is early adolescence when these things are formed, and in preparation for the first sexual relationships, which often are the place where the worst parts of these gender norms are expressed. There's a great deal of coerced early sex, and girls could see it as, in modern societies, may even imagine that that's an empowerment experience. A lot of confusion, and we're not always helped by social media. Number 4 is reducing maternal mortality and related infant mortality. A high and rising proportion of maternal deaths are among the youngest first-time mothers. This is a literally this is a permanent trend because the fertility is going down worldwide and maternal mortality is a J-shaped curve. So if you're in a place which has an average of 4 children per woman, the very highest risky birth is the first. Not only because first births carry unique high risks, it's where certain things will be seen, and they're often the least likely to be attended, and the social capital of the young mother is folded in there too. So there's a lot of talk now about reinvestments in family planning and so forth, but they did not age disaggregate, which I find basically fairly shocking. The age and parity disaggregate the populations they wanted to reach with reproductive health care and support. Reversing the tide of HIV in young people. Despite these many campaigns, many of them youth-focused, most places we're working in began with a ratio of about 1-to-1 female-to-male infection among those 15 to 24. It is now 8-to-1 in many places. It's a persistently high. Something about the strategies is seriously not working. If we were selling Coke and we weren't reaching that segment, we would change. But there's a great stubbornness that persists in doing HIV the old-fashioned way, which is mixed sex, and I think without clear goals. Number 6, attaining a sustainable balance between population and resources. This is implicit rather than explicit, but there is a population story here which increasingly dovetails with what we want to do for girls. Now here's some detail on intergenerational poverty. A high proportion of girls will become single mothers. A lot of the emphasis on planned poverty is, oh gee, girls could pull their families out of poverty. Well, the fact is that they are not being prepared to be dependents at home, and often countries use single motherhood as a measure of poverty. It's a measure of reality, and in every country in the world, the proportion of girls who will be substantially or solely supporting themselves and their children is going up. This is not reversing. So our job is to prepare them for this, not sell a fantasy. These are real data developed by our colleague Shelley Clark, a commissioned analysis by the Council, in which we took data. This is Ethiopia, Malawi, Kenya, and Zimbabwe, and I make a lot of this data. I think it's extremely important. A minimum estimate, this is girls who will be unambiguously on their own with children. That is, they're a single mother, they're not living with the father, they're officially divorced or separated. It doesn't, or he's died. It does not include those who have a husband who doesn't contribute, who doesn't live there. This is a minimum estimate. So in Ethiopia, a minimum estimate is 30% will be single mothers. Malawi and Kenya, around 60%, and Zimbabwe, 70%. And this will be true. And this is the ball game. The failure to invest in these girls and the things that make the difference happen early is planned poverty. We basically have ministries that plan poverty, and this is how they do it. They disenfranchise adolescent girls. Girls who are married under the age of 20, by the way, have a much greater risk of being a single mother. And what's interesting about that is that single motherhood is most often, in most places, the result of abandonment and widowhood, not that first stage when you're just alone with the child. It's only in Kenya where you've got about equal proportions. So the high rate of marital disillusion. Cross-sectional data does not tell you the story because girls go in and out of marriages, and if they begin marriage young, and often under terrible slave-like circumstances, their risk of poverty is much higher. That's the architecture of their disadvantage. Longitudinal data are very important for people to really get this. And we can talk more about that later, but I think this is not played adequately. And another that is important now, because more and more countries are beginning to really look at the resource numbers. I work in Rwanda, Burundi. These are places which are already talking about their dense populations. What's happened in the last 60 years is that the sources of population growth have changed so that the vast majority has to do with population young age structure. The unmet need is not the story. It's not unimportant, but it's not the story. The story is the unmet need for girls' childhood. So at this point, investing in the poorest girls so they may hold on to their childhood and defer childbearing past adolescence is a good in and of itself and reduce population size by 18%, or 22 million, or a full 39% of the anticipated increase. The same investments you make in that girl to allow her to delay her childbearing affect every other component of population growth. They affect the ability to negotiate with partners. They affect the age at which she has her first birth. Obviously, they affect her desired family size numbers. They affect her ability to negotiate family planning use. if I had to do one thing, I'd find all the places where you had a high proportion of girls out of school in high child marriage areas and invest in those girls. It would be blasphemous for the population community to hear this, but that is really the most important thing to do. Luckily, they live side by side, young married girls who do need and want contraception, so they could co-locate family planning and investments in younger girls to get a really strong effect on the population issues. Now, am I doing it backwards? Yes, I always do that. Let me go backwards. Yeah, okay. So what are our steps? We want to find the existing social contract in relation to girls. Now, you take the global view, but the fact is all politics is local. Is this being recorded, by the way?
Yes.
Good, because we would like the tape. If I'm articulate today, we want to get the tape. If I'm not, you can scrap it. So, you know, all politics is basically local. So I'm a girl, right, and I'm in a poor place. And there are lots of girls in poor places. How do I know that all these things that take so much carbon footprints make a difference? The constitutions, MDGs, CDAW, CRC, those are kind of theoretical. But people spend a lot of time, particularly just down the street here, on these things. So how do I know? These promises are visible to me in the facilities of a modal small community. So I'm a girl, I'm walking around, and I don't know that the development committee, the secondary school, the health center, the youth center, the playing field, the community center, the national savings, the roads and market, and in one of our exercises, someone even put down the wine store, and I would put down a beauty parlor. But these are all resources that somehow reflect what I'm supposed to get, because I don't have access to these, and I have not conceived of myself in relation often even to a community, let alone social compacts. But that's where it is visible for the girl. Now, the boys have some access, not perfect, but some, and their days look very different from the girls' days. They have a lot of social capital. They have a lot of freedom to move around. Tuesday at noon they can move around, and sometimes Saturday at midnight they can move around. And the better off girls can go some places some of the time. And these girls, the poorest 40%, however you decide to, have no access. And that's the cost effectiveness problem. The problem is that these facilities were developed within the MDG framework as the entitlements that are to reach the excluded. Those girls are not getting them. So you have, let's go to youth centers. This is a catastrophic waste of money in most places. The youth center is built, you read the prem, it's meant to be a safety net, it's meant to get the most vulnerable. It'll be filled with males in their 20s playing basketball, typically. It becomes a place where girls can't go, though the money was raised initially on their backs, and countries take very, very large intergenerational loans for their youth center network, Ethiopia, for example. But no girls. So not only are they underutilized numerically by any standard, they are underutilized by the exact group. It's as if you built a maternity center and it was only dads there. Wouldn't someone be fussed out? But this goes on, and when NGOs come in, they think they have to substitute for this. No, you need to co-opt and take control of these resources for our girls. So your job is to basically heal that social contract. You can see it another way. Violence and social norms, I basically feel is the ministry of disinvestment. I've made all this investment at the top. I'm in a poor place. I've just spent $200,000, maybe $1 million, just in a little place in India where even there was $1 million of resources on the ground, but the girls can't get there. And what keeps them from there? Social norms, so-called, and violence. I call it a disinvestment strategy. As grim as violence is at an individual level, the key finding, and actually the CDC just added this question, is that the longest-term consequence of violence is that it inhibits you from accessing your entitlements. It's pre-censorship. So the girls in Zambia were asked, 38% knew someone who was being abused by a teacher, half knew someone who was being abused by a family member. But the key data was that 86% said what did they do in the face of potential violence for which they would be held accountable. They said, we stay home. So you basically have a subject population. And this population does not look like any other population in New York. It's not like an ethnic group. These girls are scattered basically and living to some extent with the duty bearers who are their most frequent enemies and predators. So the paradigms we think about to bring equity to this group have to be different. The initial step in building a community contract is to locate community services. So this is an exercise we do, and I suggest you do it once you pick communities. You do a kind of drawing that includes the physical features that shape the environment, So you have it gives you a little sense of space. You can do this by hand, or as Vera will show you, you can do it using Google Earth and other technologies to give it real objective weight. And then you put a little circle, and in the circles you put what's around, and you'll find even in the poorest communities an astonishing array. At post offices you can set up a savings account. If you're an empowered person, you know, the community is really a rich place. But if you're a poor girl, you don't see it that way. It's just a bunch of incoming threats. So these are the new slide from Vera. Thank you, Vera. So these are the entitlements, and these are our girls. And once you fill them in, again, this is the same slide repeated, but in your community you would put different things in these bubbles and do your own assessment of who has access at time 1 when you begin your work and where you want it to be in time 2. This is what we would suggest. We would suggest that you have a very active plan to bring girls, see the hands meeting, to bring girls into the social contract. So job 1 is to connect them with equity, which means proportional access to what's ever already there. Then we can get fancy. We can get fancy. We can bring in a lot of new content and stuff, but this is job 1. How to see girls and make them actionable. Now, on time, we can just move ahead to the next section, or we can have a few minutes for questions. What's your call? Okay. Move on. Okay.
Are there any burning questions about this first section?
Okay. So if that's sort of understood as the framework, how do we see girls and make them actionable, identifying subnational places with high concentrations of vulnerable girls to invest in? You're all used to hearing national figures. Please forget about national figures right now. They're meaningless. They allow politicians to tell you that things are getting better, because someplace they are, and the national figures wash out what you're looking for, which is the subnational places for the highest levels of exclusion. We did a report on adolescents, and it focused on exclusion. We got a lot of press. Another one of our colleagues did a much more scientifically grounded, more scientifically validated, and it focused on trends. Trends get no play. They get no attention because everybody wants things to go up, right? So even from an advocacy point of view, to say nothing of what I think our core mission is, you focus on who got left out, and they live generally in identifiable places. So use data to identify populations of interest. The social processes of exclusion are age, gender, and context specific. So this is data from Ethiopia. We wanted to do work on child marriage, which we see as the largest regularly occurring form of human slavery in the world today. We were urged to work in Tigray because that's where the government came from. We said no. We've got 42% of the girls 15 are married by age 15. We're going to work in Amhara. So we concentrated our resources there over pretty much everybody's dead body. The location decision was extremely important. Many organizations who say they work with girls will show you a map of where they're working, and then if you overlay it with these kinds of maps, there's no relation. And because you can find poor girls everywhere, they can decide, well, I'll keep this comfortable. I'll continue to be in city X because there are poor girls all around. But a key decision and part of the institutional vision is, will I go to the places where the girls are the key indicators? In the U.S. today, the billions of dollars spent on urban renewal are still spent without reference to indicators such as high proportions of girls having babies under a certain age. So the factors used in locating programs are essential, and from the point of view of institutional change, thinking of your own situation, IRC does tend to go to conflict zones, so you've got some of your location decisions are made, but as there is a permanentization of some of these zones, there then will be other decisions made. Where do we locate scarce resources? And to locate them where there are high concentrations of girls shows an institutional commitment. These are some of the factors people can use to identify communities. You might be especially interested in the last one, post-conflict, and the persistence of sizable, marginalized, and unsettled communities. The world does a lot of cuts on vulnerability, but it's very important to get close to earth. You leave it too high, you give people too much scope, basically, to do things the way they used to. The more specific you are in your problem statement, the more you show your intentionality, and we're interested in intentionality. What do we do to find the highest concentrations subnationally and urban catchment areas of girls at risk at the highest risk? And that's the first thing I always, once they've sort of got a framework and decide what their values are, now go look for the girls. These data, I'm not going to read them to you, are data that exist largely in DHS, but in internationally comparable data sets, we can learn a lot. However, You have to want to see girls because the way the data is organized, the council took the DHS. If you went to a DHS booklet, you wouldn't know a lot about girls, partially because most of the respondents are 15 and older, and the girl story begins much younger. So our colleague, Cynthia Lloyd, and I have to always honor her for this, went to the household sample and said, no, we're going to analyze the household sample so we can find out at least basics about girls 10 to 14. You don't need to find out a lot to know you've got a vulnerable category. This is not research. This is primary program investigations. It helps research, but don't get all caught up. You don't need to ask many questions to get what you need. You know, school going status and married or not married in an age group is a lot of information about who's vulnerable or who's not. And, you know, if Mary gets HIV and Susie doesn't, I'm not part of the positive deviance model. I think it's pretty random. I think you go to the largest meaningful category of vulnerability, find where those girls live, and work with those girls. Because whatever's coming down the line, it probably isn't very good. Being out of school without parents between 10 and 14, not everybody gets HIV, but bad things tend to happen. So you might as well go for that demographic, but not so large that you're just looking at kind of national trend data. And once you get closer, you can find out some of this information. But I think what's happened is that sometimes research slows us up because people try to find out all this stuff. They have poor tools to do so. And they're often they don't know how to ask questions of the girls. So by getting the girls into grosso modo demographic groups so that you have 10 to 14-year-olds that are out of school in front of you, then the sensitive issues you want will tend to come out with much more validity than this kind of top-down, let's find out everything first. And we don't even know how to ask questions of girls at this point about the most sensitive issues. I was just in India working on trafficking. And, not going to ask someone out of the blue about trafficking or their risk of trafficking or whether someone in their family was trafficked. You've got to have you've got to have your own social contract, a place where you can collect the girls in category X or Y, get to know them, and on that trust basis, let the important information come forward. One of my favorite questions here, because I think it's very positive, whether they have skills they could teach other girls. We shouldn't just find out what girls know, but what they feel that they could teach others, because in effect the cavalry is there. The girls that are your clients are also your leaders. They're children, but they're very talented children. We have to remember that. And they need to understand that they're already got their red shoes on. They're all Dorothy, and they can all go home to Kansas, and we've got to help them see that in the way we approach them. I won't deal with this. This is the council's own units, and I think Vera sent you a link or something, but we'll send you the link so you can see for almost all the countries you're working in, we have these adolescent data guides. They're much less easy to get than I think they probably should be, but the council does have them, and we'll make sure you have the link. And I think it's just basic information in your countries to take a look at these. We've taken the data and put them in 3 categories. We map the internal diversity of adolescents by age, living arrangements, gender, schooling status, marital status, geographic location, and childbearing status, and some other ones recently. We look at key transitions among the very young adolescents that lead to disadvantage, and then we have a broad context of sexual activity, so the gender norms, child marriage, reproductive health are all in that bundle. We hope it's accessible. Thank you. That's the list. This is the list. Again, you'll have this list, but there are lots of countries on it. This is some of the maps. Anything that we can map, we map, because these visuals, if you're ever dealing with policymakers, show them a map, because they all live somewhere here, so that you can get, show this in India, the people down the bottom will complain that they're lighter or darker or whatever else in terms of levels of risk, but this gets people's attention and it's easily understood. So anytime we have data that can be mapped, we map it. This is Mozambique. Girls 10 to 14, not in school and not living with either parent. Most of the work in Mozambique is down in Maputo, as opposed to in this district in the north, which is called Nampula, I believe. And then sometimes we calculate the absolute numbers so that we know now that there are about 138,000 girls, 10 to 14, living apart from parents and not in school in Mozambique, and they're disproportionately concentrated in the darkest districts. That's a guidance to where you should be doing your work. Much of the work that's going on in Mozambique is concentrated elsewhere. So one of our partners is now going to focus on this, on the untended area. This is the data for Niger. I know you're doing a lot of work in French West Africa, because as bad as it is everywhere, it's worse in some places. It reaches 16.5% in Zinder region. That's among the world's highest rates. This is, again, India. We were just in India, so we have the India data around. And when you begin to multiply out the India data, I think we were looking at, between 1 million and 1.5 million girls in India are 10 to 14, not in school, not living with either parent. Anybody concerned with trafficking or sexual exploitation, that's a group you might try to find. The percent, this is the data on acceptance of violence under certain conditions. It gives you a sense of the degree to which there's a pre-existing acceptance of bad outcomes of gender norms. The question is, if under which conditions do you, in effect, deserve to be beaten? And there are girls that say, yes to all 5. And there are differences in countries. And this is important to show, again, as something to bring into your thinking. But also, when we discuss gender norms, they say, well, it's our culture, quote unquote. Say, well, if it's your culture, why is it 3 times as high in this area than the other area? Anything that varies, pretty much, except for rainfall, you can intervene in. Now maybe you can even intervene in that. But if it varies, it probably can be intervened in. Most program documents I read give a litany of conditions that girls suffer, and they treat most of them as givens. So typically they'll go through, they're socially isolated, and they can't leave home, and blah, blah, blah. And then you get to the goals of the program. The goals of the program are, and so we're going to give them shots. Oh, good. And I used to say to people, go up to the context and take 3 things that disturb you, and tell me just one that you're going to try to do something about. She's socially isolated. Don't you think you can do something about that? She's beaten. You think you can do something about that? Early on in the family planning field, there was a lot of work that said women have no control over their sexuality, so let's work with the men instead. Failure to really appreciate what that variation can mean in terms of driving intervention. And these are, if it's females, it's considered to be a fixed point, and there's a political dimension. It's the last fixed point for most places. It's the last population you can fully manipulate. It's the last place you locate your culture. World economy has overtaken you, global media has, but you can still decide what happens to your 12-year-old girl. She is your emotional and practical credit card. It's very important that people define as many conditions as possible as conditions that can be addressed through intervention. And this is data on Zambia on high rates of physical violence, and it reaches 60% of the 15 to 24-year-olds in the Copper Belt. Zambia, much of Zambia has very low population density, so there's some special challenges in working in low population density areas. All of this can be overlaid with population density data, and you can begin projecting how many you can reach, and Vera and I have been working on getting measures of indirect coverage, who lives within 4 kilometers, who lives within 10 kilometers that might hear about it. So Zambia is one of those places with a lot of tough conditions, and except for the Lusaka area, low population density. So it's a challenging environment. And then you can lay in other things. This might interest you. Last time I showed this to some people who worked in the field, they disputed where the conflict zones were. But now it's gone back to conflict, so they're not going to dispute it anymore. So this is an overlay of 10 to 14-year-olds not in school and not living with other parent with conflict zones superimposed. So there are over 500,000 girls in northern Nigeria in this condition. Lots of married girls, but these are girls at extremely high risk of exploitation. And then you see the zones where they have, the darkest one is where they have the highest proportion of girls, over 10%, and then there's a conflict area there. So it's, again, thinking, well, how do you intervene in such a place? Which adolescents? We need to focus programs, develop programs that focus explicitly on key disadvantaged segments. Another word I don't like is the word youth. The word youth in most countries means 15 to 35. It was developed as a political parking lot to hide unemployment and make investments in older males and create new places that girls couldn't go. The word adolescence takes you much closer to girls, and if you begin by age 10, you actually embrace the ages that make a difference to girls. Girls' puberty comes 2 years before boys, and it is a system of going downhill, not uphill. Boys' puberty is really a good thing. He gets to go more places. His body gets bigger and stronger. A girl becomes ashamed. She becomes at risk. She's restricted. There is nothing parallel about adolescence for boys and girls. And my default argument is unless you've got a good reason to bring them together, separate them, because girls have absolutely no social space of their own, and this is a very sensitive moment for them. And my friends who work with boys as teachers say, and it's also good for the boys because if the boys are brought together with the girls, then the outlier boys actually find themselves disenfranchised as well. So I am an open enemy of mixed-sex programming. You have places which you have, you know, a morning session and an afternoon session because you've got so many kids. Why not make one a girl session and one a boy session? You double automatically the ratio of female teachers to female students. That would be one of the benefits right away. And if you take 10 to 14 would be the area at which I'd look at very closely because that's when girls drop out. That's when the pressures are so great. And let them go through their puberty in a dense female environment rather than as the lowest, as the youngest in a mixed sex environment. A lot of the sexual abuse you'll notice happens when a girl makes the transition from primary school to secondary school, and then she's, you know, 13 in a new place, and that's when it all happens. I work in Zambia targeted specifically. So we got to think about timing and the specific, distinctive, very elevated risks of girls. You segment your audience, take the data you have and lay it out so that when you're in a community of, let's say, 3,000, and you know in that community of 3,000, and for every country you're working in, it's discoverable what proportion of the population are girls 5 to 18. It's about 15% in India, right? So if I'm in a community of 3,000, that means we've got 450 girls potentially, but where do I locate them? And then you lay them out in these largely mutually exclusive categories to get some sense of your numbers. Even this, you're not going to publish it, allows you to project what kind of investments you need to make and distinguish, you know, the girls 15 to 19 who are attending group N here, attending secondary school or higher, are groups that could be mentors. And that's that. But these are the girls most likely, by the way, to be getting the resources, the ones who don't need them. The girls 10 to 14 who are out of school, that's another really important group, and often large, but they get almost no attention. We do coverage exercises. I would urge you to do them. The facilities in the places you're already working can collect these data. And I'm quite dyslexic and used to work in New York City with Planned Parenthood when it was trying to plan its adolescent youth programs. And we had the staff over a course of a couple weeks just keep, you know, a box where pinks were girls and blues were boys, and we put the ages on it. And at the end of the day, the staff would say, gee, we didn't see any girls. During the time we did this, was during the Vietnam War, so that the youth programs basically attracted young males who needed help getting out of the draft. And we like them and want to work with them, but we have to think this is a human rights issue. If you want to make a human rights commitment active, you've got to analyze where the resources should go. So let's find out where they're going currently. This is a systematic picture we see across all countries. Huge bias to older populations, especially male. Very little going to 10 to 14-year-olds, especially female. Overbalanced to males versus females, sometimes excruciatingly, such as in Mauritania. We have other data which show what they're getting. The girls usually are getting services that I call on the cleanup team. Something bad has already happened. The boys are getting something that will make their life better. And I think I got the slide. Oh, yeah, here it is. So this is a program in Liberia. It's a catchment area of about 35,000, very densely packed for those of you who work and live over there. A really good program. Unfortunately, it was not getting the group it needed to. So we said in this catchment area where you can walk everywhere, in fact you can barely walk, it's so densely packed. The community-based program in urban Africa is serving 2% of the 10 to 14-year-old females who are out of school and living within walking distance, while reaching 12% of those 15 to 19 enrolled in secondary school. The most advantaged are receiving over 8 times as much attention as the least advantaged. I brought this to the program managers who were good and receptive and had done their own coverage exercise. And they said, well, they just don't come. I said, well, they're not going to come. You're going to go find them, but they're walking distance. There are 558 of them, 10 to 14 who are out of school and living, and some of them without parents. Go find them. Do a younger girls session. Do something purposeful. You've got gross elite capture. There was an after-school program, 45 boys and 1 girl. And the excuse is given, the girls don't come. Doesn't cut it. And by stratifying sessions, for example, you can decide to say yes to everybody, but use queuing theory and say, well, if you're a 25-year-old male, you can come, but that'll be 10 o'clock on Friday night. However, I'm reserving Wednesdays from 3 to 8 for younger girls, and you do a little analysis of the segments of your market, and then you have mentors in place so the girls are not coming into a facility which is often male-dominated and actually a place of abuse. My colleague Annabelle Rilkar did a lot of work showing how youth centers were a really good place for girls to get harassed and even raped. And this is a program at scale in rural Asia. They went down to the smallest communities. They certainly have done great programs for girls, but they did demand-led recruitment. They did not, having gone to all the effort to get to the right places. So about 40% of the adolescent girls joined the clubs, but they were 2.5 times as likely to be unmarried as married, and this is a place in which about half the girls were married. So you're missing a lot, not just proportionally, you're missing a lot of girls. And the girls who were in school were present in 2.5 times the ones that had dropped out. So you've taken all this time to get to the right place with the right intentions and plausibly the right content, and because you did not map the community and did not do targeted recruitment, and this over time will get worse. If we came back in a year, we'd be down to no married adolescents. You get the girls in school, unmarried, will take it over. We like them, but we have better uses for them. How about making them mentors? So, and then people will say, well, we can't manage our programs. I said, well, that's because you got 2 married girls, and then you got, you know, a straggler, 10 to 14, who's out of school, and then you got a bunch of girls in school who are a clique. So the mentor who's already at sea doesn't know, there's a heterogeneous group, and it's like an engine that's internally inefficient. You don't know why they're there, why they drop out. But if you distill them into their subgroups, you then can dedicate the timings and the content and the mentoring to those segments. So, and they're scalable. This kind of approach is not scalable because you know, if you're in a place where you know you've got 500,000 girls at risk of child marriage or 10 to 14 out of school, and you do a small pilot, but you happen to get some other girls mixed in, you don't have a scalable model. That specificity gives you the information you need to ultimately know what it really costs and have a scalable model. You need to define the most effective timing. How can we reach enough vulnerable adolescents? And this means this is a market question. In most cases, you're repricing girls. You're entering a sexual marketplace. This is collective bargaining. If I give one girl a scholarship at a high marriage area, it doesn't matter. She's not going to marry in that community anyway. She leaves. To change something like age of marriage, you want to target a minimum 30%, and I would say closer to 80% of the girls who are at risk, because you're basically dealing with a commodity. I'm sorry to say it that way. But scholarship and other programs are a form of planned elite capture, and if you really want to change something, you're going to have to decide for the group what's enough vulnerable adolescents. The group in Haiti wanted to get all disabled girls. Why? Because the rape rates for disabled girls was catastrophic. Okay, so 100% of disabled girls they wanted to be. They wanted at least 30% of the out-of-school girls of the older age. They wanted 70% of the girls 10 to 14 who were out of school. They basically looked at each segment and then decided, okay, what's my theory of change, you know? We just worked with a group in India which did trafficking, and in a community of 365, they had 10 clients, girls who basically had been forced into prostitution. But we looked at the data, and there were 75 girls in line for that outcome, and they had lots of resources they brought down to that community. They hadn't analyzed when the shift took place. And so you can, with your money, you can reach all 75 of these girls. Just make sure you reach them with what they need. So we need to get with enough input. What's enough? These single content programs don't make any sense. We get the girls together. We have the bowl, the structure. And as we know, resources are mixed. Health, social, and economic skills are linked closely to each other. And usually agency in one area translates to agency in another area. And early enough to make a difference. Key analysis for females. So this is the general pattern of girls beginning to drop out of school at the onset of puberty. This is data from Kenya, Egypt, Turkey, and Guatemala. So dropout accelerates here, which is about puberty. Begins earlier, but it really intensifies between 11 and 13. And we need to get our investment here, ahead of the curve. You know, you don't, anything you want to stop, you don't stop the day it happens. You get ahead of the curve. Many of our programs begin at age 8. And when we've done asset exercises in 2 settings, one was India and Haiti, I think also Sierra Leone, they did it this way. They introduced the age 6, because age 6 was already a time when girls needed to be armed against certain kinds of sexual exploitation. So youth programs are off there with a demographic of 15 to 35, and you've got 6-year-old girls being groomed for exploitation. And this is the data for India. Now, not only do the informal programs miss our girls, but so do the formal programs. Basically, society's plan goes like this. Give them a lot of immunizations. So, and this is in Liberia, 90% received all their immunizations. It's even higher now. And then where do you pick them up again? At their first birth, where 82.4% of girls were having their antenatal visits. The problem is 70% of them were having a first birth before 20. There was no attention to the key moment, the girl going into the hole. 65% of the 10 to 14-year-olds were in school. That means that 35% were not in school. Those are your girls. And you just missed them. But your success indicators are, well, we immunized all these kids. And this was presented to me as a success factor. And 82% of the girls are now getting prenatal care. I said, yeah, but at age 18. Something's wrong with this picture. When our success is avoiding bad things instead of having measurable plans for what being on track is. You know, what's the percentage of 18-year-olds that have IDs and savings accounts? Don't just tell me that a successful girl is one who's not pregnant, doesn't have HIV, wasn't raped last week. All of these benchmarks that are often linked to sectors measure things in terms of bad outcomes averted, which is a very poor way to organize a program, and methodologically difficult because some of these are rare outcomes or stigmatized outcomes. So not a good plan. We need new benchmarks. When to intervene, I've mentioned this, and this is actually data from Guatemala, and our program makes use of all of these data, including this little piece here at the bottom, which is that 20% of the girls in the indigenous communities of Guatemala have graduated from high school, and no one's doing anything with them. They're importing mentors. Give these girls a role. If you had to develop a campaign, it's part of the Planned Poverty campaign, you'd say, okay, so now this 20% has, and we're going to focus on how many more we can get graduating. That would be good. But if the 20% who struggled through this have no roles in the society, only can migrate to Guatemala City, and then we talk about, you know, having our staff take buses to do programs. These are the girls you find and you groom into the mentors. They know a lot about this environment, and they need that support, and they're there in density. Even in a place like northern Nigeria, where we were told that there weren't such girls, we found that there were 137,000 of them, and the program needed 2,000 of them. So that's a pretty good ratio for recruitment. This is another invisible group, peculiarly, that we don't see, and obviously the girls we want to serve at the younger ages, we want to keep them in school and keep them, you see the good cholesterol going down and the bad cholesterol coming up here. All right, now the process by which we identify girls to create targeting, access, and action plans. We can take a moment here for questions before we move into some of the more mechanical aspects of finding girls.
Great, thanks, Judith. Laura, I believe you had a question.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, great, thank you. And thanks, Judith, so much for this overview. It's really interesting. I had a question with regards to some of your earlier slides when you were talking about kind of the promises and entitlements, and you were kind of looking at the social contracts in terms of how adolescent girls relate to kind of school, the markets, playgrounds, and kind of you had kind of a number of areas there. And I was just wondering, to me, the area that felt missing was the actual family, the immediate or extended family of the girl herself. And kind of linking that to something in one of your later slides when we talk about, you know, it's important to intervene kind of early enough to make a difference. So for me, kind of the role that families play within, well, both the life of the adolescent girl, but also in actually her earlier years is so critical. Because often, yeah, in their very early years, kind of certain patterns are being laid, certain promises are already made or not, certain entitlements might already be taken away from girls, which then kind of affects how she develops through her kind of adolescence periods. But also during her period of being an adolescent, kind of the kind of support she might get, or, you know, how families either hinder or facilitate her, you know, kind of demanding those entitlements. So I was just wondering, or interested rather, to hear kind of your thoughts on the role of family, within that and within working with adolescent girls.
We will get to some of this later, but I think there's a sequencing issue. In the initial stages, our clients are the girls, and we want to know where they're located. We want to pick communities. Once we get to those communities, then for each important segment of girl, we have to think about the closest, the nearest term, tactical gatekeepers. These include, I've got a slide here later on the subject. But anticipating what we need to do too early is often a problem, so people often jump to the community dialogue. And you're having conversations with, in many cases, people who are elite in the community, already control a lot of other people, females among them, and who don't actually know who's in their community. That's why mapping is so important, because they'll give you 180% wrong information. And you're developing a theory about family and the community from people who are duty bearers, some of them predators themselves, but in any case, they're just out of it. They don't know. If you were doing a voter registration drive in the South and you went to Bull Connor, he probably wouldn't give you very good information. So the standing, community dialogue, I'm not a big fan of. You have to have them to some extent, but you have them to get access to the girls initially. You then create the spaces where the girls meet, and then you find out a bit about the family situations. You have to have a cover story which is acceptable to the families to even convene the children. So some of that dialogue is useful. In Ethiopia, the notion that the girls would be made into healthy young mothers, that was the cover story. In Egypt, that education was going to be useful for girls who've never been to school, with pretty much the same thing in mind. Very rarely do they say, we're giving a group you're exploiting the resources they need to overthrow their bombs. That's not what we say. Financial literacy is extremely valued by traditional communities because it's seen as connecting their girls to modernity. So financial literacy is from that point, and it requires weekly meetings so they understand, oh, I get it, the girls are going to go do something, and savings. So actually the economic interventions are great because communities see it as a benefit. Yes, they will try to get control of the girls' income, we know that, but let's start the girls on something that we know will be positive for them over the long term and think about how to give them control. Then how they can negotiate with their families of origin. The threats to the program will come from those families. The threats to the girls will come to those families. Once you have them in the structure, it's important to figure out when and how you engage the parents. Mothers are especially very interested in learning financial literacy themselves. In most cases, we'll start with a place in a community which is more receptive than others, begin, and then you can do a very simple analysis, the waiting list. People then say, well, we want to be there too. All the other villages in Upper Egypt wanted, why haven't you brought your program to us? Because very soon it's seen as a door to resources. So you have the families given permission at earlier and early points. They're not important. It's just that we shouldn't, and we need to keep the girls at the center as our clients, and then as much as possible define what to do about and with the families once we've got the girls, because they are our informats, and they're not going to tell you in the first days what's going on, but later on in the program you'll have a very good sense. But they're common sense things to do. As I said, right now the work in Rwanda, which is going to be a national program to reach every girl by age 12, includes at every point in the content of the curriculum an activity that will mirror what the girls are doing at the community level. And the last advertisement, which we just got confirmation on in India, very common across all programs. Whatever the content of the program is and whatever the girl is experiencing, here's the timeline on what her family says. And this is interesting because they haven't realized that the process has disenfranchised the girl. She's cleaner. She's happier. She reacts. She's more compliant in a way. I mean, she's sort of sparkier. She seems more alive. The parents, it's a combination of sort of grooming and self-esteem that the girl has. If you look what the girl's being taught, she may be taught the letter A, right? but she's doing it with other girls. So she's being reconstituted. Her authenticity is being returned to her. And the parents' timeline of, it's like a reality TV show. You got the girl here, You're not talking about FGM first thing. You're talking just basic stuff. I'm a girl and I'm with other girls, and this is very exciting. And it's already translating, even apart from the specific life skills, into a different girl in the family. And that's pretty consistent across programs. About month 3 or 4, then you get some subset, maybe 15% of households pulling back, and those have to be mediated. And the girls will know when you didn't defend them. They will know that their friend Fatima, family objected, and you caved to the family. That's where it's really important to defend the girl, because that news travels really fast. I'm not really safe here anymore, because they're going to throw me under the bus. You know, the village community is going to say I can't be there, etc. We can get more into that later. I appreciate the question. It's a good one. It's in my mind, important.
Great. Thanks, Lada. A question in the room? Thank you. All right. Catherine, we're going to you.
Yeah, I have a question. Judith, at one point you talked about how we have to make sure that we have homogeneous groups. My understanding that was when we were looking at the coverage exercises. And so my understanding of that, and I just want to make sure that I understood, was, for example, that if you have adolescent girls that are married, then you make sure that they're together. Unmarried adolescents are together or out of school, whatever the section is that we have. So first, is my understanding of that correct? And then my second question is, at one point, would it be recommended to have those groups interlinked? So, you start with those homogeneous groups, for the first 6 months of a program, and then further down the line, you might want to mix them in terms of building their social capital and making sure they have access to other groups as well. So that's my question, if that makes sense.
Well, it makes sense. I think the default position is that you assume that they need to be separated, and you develop content that's specific to them, and mentoring structures and timing structures. One reason that Elite Capture is such a risk to programs is that suddenly it's Wednesday afternoons when no married girls can come, when it's really convenient for the school-going girls. So format trumps content. There's a whole sort of introductory piece I didn't include today, but what you want to watch is the shape of things. Content's easy. So you have to have distilled groups to understand what their needs are, and their needs will take time to unfold. That doesn't mean that down the line there's much content that will be common. The out-of-school girls, 10 to 14, have needs that are not dissimilar at core than the in-school girls and the married girls. But so let's say there's a 60% overlap in what's important with the sequencing, the time they can meet, and their comfort level. And it's like any classroom dynamics. You suddenly, if you mix them too early, you're going to get a muffling. And because there's no other game in town, this is where evaluation can mislead you terribly. When there's nothing and you give them something, something is always better. So where we have girl programs, my concern right now historically is that we could get a 10 and we're getting a 5 because there's been nothing before. So girls are surviving really terrible program designs that are costing more than they need to. So as a learning agenda, I would keep them separate by, age graded, and long experience of schooled and unschooled don't mix very well. Married and unmarried certainly do not mix very well. For all sorts of reasons. And what they need is a network within their like situated. If I'm an out-of-school girl, and we have a good example of this in Ethiopia, we have 50,000 girls, 8 to 15, about 40% in domestic work, living in other people's homes or living on floors in desperate circumstances. The epidemic, the HIV epidemic in Ethiopia is concentrated in certain areas. It began as a male, it was already a female epidemic when it began. It was a high, and it's young, poor females are at special risk. The girls meet 3 times a week, not 1 time a week, with often in school facilities or community centers. And their stories come out slowly. They pretty much to the one they've been badly abused. They often live across the street from the youth center, but it's not a salient resource for them. So the salience of an opportunity is very much connected to their social identity. And if they're not of that social identity, it doesn't make much difference. They're not like those girls. Another reason I distrust the overuse of social media without research. I'm suddenly shown a picture of this really cool girl who has her own bee farm. I just think I'm a failure. It's not me. I don't see the path between me and that girl. There's no So in the Ethiopia case, our colleague Annabella Rulkar doing a study where she had a control area. She was in a zone, Kabele area. About 50% of the eligible girls of this demographic, 8 to 15, were participating. They obviously knew about the program. So did almost all the other girls of that demographic in that same zone. But interestingly, 20% of the girls in a zone very far away knew about it because it was salient. So the salient opportunities are important. Girls like me, that's a really specific category. One of the really important questions to ask, and this will vary across your groups dramatically. Of the school girls, the majority will say, am I as intelligent as most people? Absolutely. You ask that of the out-of-school girls, they'll say, no, I'm not as intelligent as most people. If you all remember seeing E.T. or reading Angel's Ashes, I don't know if people read these, the child always absorbs what's happening to them as their fault. You know, I'm the kind of kid that shouldn't eat. I'm not in school because I'm not school material. That's what they think. So when you mix statuses and material wealth like that, you may get apparent compliance, but basically there's much more social separation. So my default position is keep them separate until you really know what's going on, including the boys. Mixing in boys too early is, you know, maybe there's some point at which the young husbands meet with the young wives because the young wives want it, but the intimidation that younger and less powerful groups feel cannot be overestimated. So we're going to move forward with the next section. The process by which we, sorry, are we?
Hi, there sounds like there's some feedback in.
Sorry, I was just saying.
Lost the fucking.
Can you hear? I guess someone. Yes, there. Everybody's okay. We're going to move along to. These are good questions, by the way. All these are very good questions. And as we're taping, it makes me happy because we'll get this text down. The process by which we identify girls to create targeting, access, and action plans. I'm going to turn this over to Vera now. Who's going to talk a little bit about the mechanics of this and share some material we've just been working through in some other settings. And here, Vera. Okay.
So this section is just going to reinforce some of the earlier sections that Judith was talking about. So going back to the issue of how do we find these girls and, you know, is it research to go to the household and locate them? We're really talking about really neutral segments for the most part. In school, out of school, married, living apart from parents. These are non-sensitive questions that can easily be asked and will give you a sense right away of the advantage or disadvantage of a girl based on the context that you're working with. So this was something we put together for this most recent trip in India. They had some wealth indicators of, you know, how many vehicles were in the household, the living status in a lot of contexts. Living without parents is going to be the, you know, the most vulnerable status, but in India, we just found that even with both parents, they were still at risk of trafficking. So these categories will mold around the context in which you're working. So this is an exercise that we did using these adolescent data guides to project if we took a model town of certain size, 30,000 or 3,000 in Bihar, how many girls would we expect to find? So based on these calculations, it would be 450 of those people in that community would be girls. So this idea that, you know, oh, they're not coming or they're just not in this community, we know empirically that that's not true. We can reach this number of girls. So then breaking it down into those categories of in school, out of school, and living status. So this is for 6 to 9. 10 to 14, and I'm just modeling this for you so you get the sense of how to break down first by age categories, then schooling status, and living categories. So those sort of give you these mutually exclusive groups, and that will give you a really concrete number of how many people in the community would be eligible for these programs. And the final category is 15 to 19. But I wanted to rush to this slide where you start doing some thinking around the programming decision points. So we see in this community of 3,000, we have a large segment that are married, young and married. We have another segment that's out of school and either living with neither parent or with one parent. So these are two groups that I've based on these calculations that would be good groups to build programs around. But I want to highlight this 30 number, and that's what Judith was saying, that our resources are also within the girls. So these girls are 15 to 19, likely in secondary school. They've already achieved something great at this point. And we want to recruit them to be mentors and to build programs around, or have them be the support to the program. We did the same exercise for Monrovia. Do you want to say anything about that?
I'll move back just to that last summer slide. This is really very helpful for the group in India, we found, because they were dealing with incoming. In other words, if you look at this chart, a lot of girls, you see the 10 girls that are, out of school and with no parent? Those are the girls who captured people's attention. They basically, the most desperate girls were getting the attention. I'm not against that, but the emotion, and there were all these other girls that, we've got a bunch of girls in 6 to 9 who are out of school and with one or neither parent, so they're just in a little waiting room there. And there's a funny thing in the field. Everybody's dealing with what's in front of your face, and then they're jumping to strategic. We need to jump to tactical. So you'll get two things. Well, we've got all these traffic girls, it's really hard. What about the boys? And so wrong answer. You have traffic girls. You're in a community where you can identify right now 49 girls, maybe 60 girls who are already out of school and at risk. That's your audience you need to get to. If you have if there's populations you need to work with to get to and work with those girls, okay, work with them. But there's something between the 10 in front of you who've just been raped, to put it bluntly, and the changing gender norms or something unrealizable for the next decade. There's a group, and you can find them, who are poised for something bad to happen, where you can intervene early enough to make a difference. You need to decide, that's a local decision, which those groups are, and you need to decide what proportion of them you want to reach. Are some of them in such high-risk categories that you want to get all of them? And in other cases, you just want to get enough of a sampling so that it is communicated to girls like them that there is something for them. And we can talk about that later. But this is, when you look at this chart, the challenge of case study I'd give people is, all right, now tell me what you're going to do about this. And you don't have to be right. You have to be clear. And then you have to do it and learn from it, and then you have to revise. And that's what a pilot is often about. But what we have now is people jumbling all this together or not even having it. I think Vera's going to get to an example from the other example from Africa you're going to get to. Yeah, it's just an interesting. Yeah, go to the, you go, there's an example coming up which will show you how a group in Africa working in desperate circumstances got just the wrong girls.
Oh, there you go. And I'll reinforce what Judith was just saying about this slide, in that the group we were working with came back to us after doing a household enumeration and said, we found 2 girls. And based on the statistics, we know that that's not true. So
2 married girls.
Two married girls, sorry. We found 2 married girls. So based on these projections, there's got to be more than 2 in this community. So it puts you on guard to think about how you're doing the recruitment and finding and reaching these girls.
And one last thing for you working in emergency settings. Typically, a girl is called a woman as soon as something really bad happened to her. She has a child, or she's been forcibly married. Basically, she's given the senior status. So when we did the uncharted passage, we used the word married girls. They're girls. But in many cases, they will be classified and grouped in emergency settings, I understand it, based on their childbearing status. They're basically being defined in terms of their sexual and childbearing status rather than their age. So we hold very tight to age. And until you're exact age 18, you are a child.
So I'm going to skim through this part. It's just another, using the same statistics from the adolescent data guides. We did the same projections for Monrovia. And this just shows you a different breakout in comparison and how that would shake out differently in these different contexts.
And just the Rural Bank in Monrovia, in communities of about 8,000, started a vocational training program. And our big input was to actually come up with a plan for them to get the adolescent girls, because the way they were going to do recruitment, they would have gotten only girls over 20 with babies from our experience. So you had to know what the numbers were. And they said, well, there aren't enough numbers of girls the kind you want. And so they worked out a way of doing stratified recruitment so that the adolescent girls program in Liberia has gone very well, because it's had a large enough sample of adolescent girls who have not yet had babies. And they were able to look at livelihoods programs in relationship to, and given some of the work you're going to be doing in Sierra Leone and so forth, having an early sample is really important. And if you use demand-led, you will get an older sample. So these kind of data were used to say, okay, so let's look at the 15 to 19-year-olds who are off track, and potentially off track. You have enough of them there by community to recruit and have in your program. They don't not exist. It's just you're getting a selective group who in many cases went off track, let's say at 15, have babies, sometimes 2 by age 20. Those will show up at your program. You have sympathy for them, right? A lot who's 25 who had 3 babies would show up because of the war. But you have to, this is for being hard-headed, you have to reserve at least half of your resources to learn about and support a group who have not yet had the bad outcome, to see what difference your intervention makes.
So now I'm going to talk about using maps as a strategic framework to reach the poorest girls in the poorest communities. And this is, again, just a brief introduction, and we can talk more about techniques later, but I just want to go through the concepts. So why do we map? It's getting to the idea of intentionality, defining why we're working in a certain location and which girls will be the best investment. So the key reasons are using data and mapping to identify communities with the highest concentration of vulnerable girls. Yes, there are poor and disadvantaged girls everywhere, but again, that defining that segment and that intentionality and locating communities with high concentration of those girls are key programming decision. From the point of view of the vulnerable populations, define what the community boundaries and resources are. So reestablishing that community contract and specifically finding out from the girls what their relationship to the community is based on their perspective. Decide which subpopulations in which you will make the tipping point investments, choosing that segment, targeting and intentional recruitment, locating those girls within the community, engaging them and continuing to engage them through through dropping out and re-engagement processes. Report and respond to threats to participation. Safety is constantly an issue in many of these settings, and engaging girls in the process of defining what the objective safety threats are and working with the community to address safety, and measure success with respect to key segments of girls. So first, the first step is defining the community boundaries. And this goes to the basic idea of defining what your universe is. You first have to have the denominator of what the total population that you're going to work with is by defining that denominator number. And so this step is either done with community leaders or with the girls, and it starts to get you to the objective reality of the community.
Next, Vera, can I ask a question about that? I'm the official Luddite. So yeah. I'm in a place that maybe isn't even administratively recognized. And you say, where does it begin? Each of the corners on this map, if I went there and had a GPS device, I could, click it, get the GPS coordinate, upload it to Google Earth, and basically I'd have a customized map of my community.
Yes. Yes, for the most part. And I think what Judith is trying to get to this point is that many of these places may not have an official map. It ends up being a bargaining tool to work with communities to produce this map. It's an engagement technique to introduce the programs. Later on, I'll talk about how the girls can actually be engaged in the process of creating the map, which also puts them forward as leaders engaged in technology. And the other key factor in what we're talking about here is that it can be done in steps, in sequentially, and with what resources you have. You can start with a paper map. In fact, we encourage people to work with a hybrid model in which you work around a paper map and then engage it with Google Earth or some other political map and connect those things, or you can do a fancy technical mapping with the GPS unit. I mean, there's a range of things, but I think the mapping ends up being a support for the concepts and supporting the intentionality. It's a framework and a visualization tool that helps ground the thought process. So this is connecting with the idea of locating those entitlements. So it's not enough to know just that those entitlements are there, but actually locating them. You can start collecting information around each of these points. We know that Nurse X works on Tuesdays between 12 to 2, and she's said that she will support the screenings for our Girls Club. So locating these resources and annotating them with your strategic plan to engage those resources and reclaim them.
So just again, in terms of time one, you might go around, say this was Upper Egypt, and you go to the playing field and the note would be, is available, there's no mentor, but boys use it pretty much 7 days a week, no girls. This icon, the youth center is basically an older men's club. The average age is 35 to 50. Again, no females in it. And you go through and you kind of give a picture of where it is at time one. You can do it very systematically. You can do it using keyed-in formats. Some of them have logs. So at time one, if you're thinking about how to measure change, your community, our populations are largely excluded from. And then later, as Vera's suggesting, you begin to annotate changes that you're seeking, or even some, the beauty parlor isn't here, but maybe the beauty parlor has decided that it'll make the space available, for girls of a certain age to meet and have a savings club. So this becomes a layered resource, and it ties you to an objective reality. And we're very keen that people move the concern about girls from the right side of the brain to the left side of the brain. Right now, it's all on the right side. We do this because we're touched, we're good people. Caring about girls is nice, but it's still programmed as if it says more about us than about the needs of the girls. We need to have business plans for girls. So what Vera's describing is moving this into a structural analysis that allows us to have business plans for girls that are scalable.
And it also allows you to engage with those elites and those gatekeepers that would be so crucial to win over. So there's a big disconnect for saying, some headmen saying like, well, of course the girls can go anywhere, or and a disconnect between understanding that, at puberty the girls' world is getting more and more restricted and they're not actually able to connect with those things. So there's a social understanding and what he's saying, but doing what Judith is saying and annotating it with, this is what the community looks like, and access to the community looks like to a girl at time one, allows you to create a conversation and make it a little more objective. It's this more structural conversation about, okay, this is the information that they've given us in terms of where they're allowed to go and what's acceptable to do within the community. So this was what I was talking about before. I mean, you can start, most of our groups have started with a paper map or looking at Google Earth in their office and getting familiar with the technology. We're not asking people to make some big investments in papers or buy shape files or anything crazy. It's really just that intentionality and thinking through. There are tons of tools to walk through it, and it can be as simple or as complicated as you want to do it. I think part of the we're encouraging people to use Android phones and digitize their maps, because it allows you to do mobile data entry. So you can start getting an idea of who you have map at time 1. This is these are all the girls in the community. These are now I can manipulate the map to show me these are all the houses that have girls 10 to 14. This is now your recruitment plan. Like I can give this to the field staff and they can know that they're going to these houses. And then you have map at time 2. These are all of the girls 10 to 14 who have now dropped out. So now it's your responsibility to go back and re-engage those girls to come to the program and find out what it is that what's happening that's keeping them from participating. And another issue with that is that a lot of the dropout can also cluster. So there is a geographic component to some of the dropout. So another benefit of the map is just challenging program assumptions. I think we assume that our community partners know the community best. But often the girls that we're trying to reach are invisible or reclassified as women by the leaders in them. So this tool is an engagement tool for those leaders to start thinking about it in these terms, that these are girls, not women. And we only want to serve those who are most interested. I think that's another place that we suffer from the most, is that, well, those girls, those out-of-school girls, they're just not interested in this program. They're not attending. There's a very strong reason why they're not, and those who most often participate are not those who are most in need. And so we have to shift that right brain, left brain, and the girl in front of you may have the most, or may be the loudest, but she may not be the most in need. Skip this one. This is a map from Guatemala showing the girls who are hardest to reach. And what's a little difficult to see is that they're the furthest away from the these are really difficult. They're the furthest away from the program location, and it's also in a highland town. So this map will allow them to think about reaching those girls and maybe locating another program closer to them, or figuring out a way to engage them better in the program. Do you want to go through this?
Yeah, this is an example from the Middle East. We had a second chance program. Target population were 12 to 15-year-olds. The priority was on the 12 to 13-year-olds with no schooling or illiterate. We called it the second chance program. It was really a first chance program. They mainly never been in school. And the donor in this case was the Dutch government. So here was the proposition, and this is important. All right, we basically think that society will over time pick up these girls, but it would be great if we accelerated the change, because development is basically an acceleration. We're trending towards development, but what we all do in this room is accelerate. That's what we decided to put our life energy. We're going to spend our energy speeding something up so it happens earlier and better, right? So the recruitment strategy, this is a village of 7,000. They went to each household, the usual community team. The partner was a local NGO, and said we're going to do a program for girls. And they left written pamphlets for illiterate girls. The registration was held at the youth center, which was an all-male space and recognized as such. And then the next thing was the girls were supposed to walk there to register. There wasn't a gauntlet they had to run, but almost. And I arrived on the day of the first class. It was just as the program was open. There were 98 girls registered, and our advanced analysis said that we had at least 150 girls in this community who fit the criterion. Okay, so we had 98 registered, but who were the 98? 72 were accepted. The committee went through and threw off girls that I guess they thought they were too old. By the way, the girls often had birth certificates but didn't know how old they were, to the salience question. There's actually a birth certificate, but you're such a non-person that you don't know your own age, right? 72 accepted and 65 showed up. Now, we still don't know the numerator. They still hadn't told us where the 150 eligible girls were and who these 98 girls were. Maybe they came from the neighboring village. And we did a little analysis to find out how we got to 72, and maybe what's the relationship between the 65 and the 72. Nobody knew. We did a little work. All with paper took us 20 minutes. Simple. We took the records that related to the girls who had come in, and in 20 minutes could see we had a serious problem, that only 10% of the girls in the room were 12 to 13 with no school, and that 35%. And what are some of the problems with this? Well, one problem is that the girls really in need and are promised to our donor are underrepresented. Second thing is, because they're underrepresented, they'll be dropping out. So you've got 10%, you're going to go down to 3, right? You have a much better chance. And all the recruitment mechanisms were basically benchmarked against the most advantaged. Next problem, I'm going to do a research project. I'm going to compare what happens to the girls 12 to 15 in this program with girls 12 to 15 in a control area. But this is already overbalanced to girls who have skills. So the girls in cell 4, right? If I give them a reading test, they're going to score a 5. And my program might take them to a 10. And in the control group, I might get a similar result, which will show no effect in my program. I won't know what I'm doing because I don't know who's in the room, because I basically have an unintentionally heterogeneous group. And then the donor was willing to spend a fair amount of money, almost $1,000 a head per girl, to basically take a girl who's never been in school and get her to the point where she can have a certificate and be in school. So it's just a lose-lose-lose scenario. And over time, the group and the girls in group 4, I'm sure you would have dominated. We had suggested they do things like give them IDs, give every girl savings accounts, which is what we did in the Liberia program, form them into teams immediately based on location, and that worked incredibly in Liberia to mean almost no dropout. But I got a random walk here, right? So with a lot of Sturm und Drang, we said, no, you're basically, though all these groups are plausible, we have a priority cell, and you're going to fill up that cell before you fill up the next cell. So you're going to go get as many girls as you can who are 12 to 13 with no school, and then you're going to move to the others. And, it wouldn't work perfectly. You'd get some people who just insisted they were going to be there and somebody's niece or whatever else, right? But we raised by 4 times the proportion of girls in the program. So now we actually have a measurable sample. So when we do the study, we're going to compare cell 1 in our experimental villages with cell 1 in our control villages. And we'll see, and it shows very powerful results. Oh, I want to go back to that one. Yeah, and this is Vera, just in basically this point again. With not targeted recruitment, you could get on one side, you would get the increase, and I wouldn't even put it up at 8, I would put it lower because you have a mixed group. But your best results are when you have a homogeneous group from a low base. So if I was a donor looking at that, targeted recruitment is giving me double the yield that untargeted recruitment is in terms of value for money.
So this idea for household enumeration and defining what the universe of girls in the community are, and then from that selecting your segments. I think that in this slide we're talking about the fact that we're already going door to door, introducing the programs for other surveys and that kind of thing. So making that visit be our guide for program development implementation. So this example is from East Africa. It was a mother's, their recruitment strategy was using the mothers who were already participating in an agricultural program and asking them to bring their daughters. We pressured the group a lot, like let's get going on this survey. We've now found in India that it takes 10 minutes per household to ask a basic battery of girls in the household, age, how many, in school, out of school, these really, really basic questions. And they came back to us with this, 10-page long public health survey of arm size and all that sort of thing. And, it was this, tussle back and forth. And we ultimately found that they had collected some very basic census information for a different program. So this is what we got from them. this is a household, they have this many kids, this is their sex, this is age. So this was all the information that we got. And from that, we were able to analyze what they brought to us and talk about their recruitment plan. So they had been focusing on the girls 16 to 19. In this community, there are 11 of them. But as we were talking with them, we realized that the age of dropout is actually 10. And there are 27 girls in the 8 to 12 category. So they were focusing on all around girls. And not only that, there were actually also 11 widows in the category and that were disproportionately not participating in agricultural programs. So we were missing out on those households completely. So as you can see, with this basic information, we were able to rethink what the recruitment plan was for this project.
But I think that the impact also is to say, you people, the woman who we presented someone who was raised in this community, who currently has an advanced degree, and she said, I don't know my own community. And, I'm a woman, and I was once a girl, but I don't know about girls. And women are the survivors of girlhood, and the people who lead the village basically survive the village. Doesn't mean they know about what it takes to survive in the village or who's there. And the humbling aspect of doing this is very important. She said, we felt I just didn't know who was there. And that aha experience is important. It's that humility and curiosity that will drive your program. People's willingness to find out. In Haiti, one of the programs had mixed boys and girls, started to have a girl-only group, which was still dominated by younger girls who were in school, but it was a group at risk, so okay. But we suggested, why don't you just do a walkabout in your district and find out what girls have babies? They found in a 10-minute walk 3 girls of 15 with babies who were just kind of shut-ins. And they would have seen them next probably in an emergency room or with some other bad story. Unless you look, you're not going to find them. And then when you anchor your program around these core groups, these are the ones with the least social capital. Everybody else has more social capital than they do. So inertia's on your side. If you consolidate their grip, begin with the least of them, you'll get to the rest of them. Everybody who's not them has more power to get there. So if the girl who's in school at grade for age is interested, she can actually get that resource. But the girl who's out of school can't. With precious resources, it's not only to get them to those that need them, but know that if you do that and really hold on to them tight and resist this process of elite or selective capture, inertia's finally on your side. People are coming to you. Well, what about the boys? Well, actually, the boys have the possibility of getting this stuff. So let them try. They're creative. But right now, with these limited resources, we're focusing on this group, which is so excluded.
So this is our proposal of the minor battery of questions that we have. Just basic information about schooling status. Is she grade for age? Married, unmarried, her interests. Do you have anything to add?
Sometimes, number 10, we wouldn't ask, is she interested in joining a girls' club? Because you can get the Cinderella effect, and you go and you say, oh, there's a girls' club, and then they'll say, well, here are my 2 daughters, and you say, well, who's that little one over there? Oh, she doesn't count. So we often give a very general thing. We're thinking about a program for girls in general without, the more fancy it looks, the more you'll get concealing of information. And in recruitment in Ethiopia, it was very important. Very poor mothers with poor daughters who were in school, and we were sympathetic, but we wanted to get the out-of-school girls, and they were often distant relatives, domestic workers who had crashed there. So you want to find out who eats here and be aware of the fact that if you tell them anything about the program criterion, you're suddenly going to get over-reporting of that criterion.
So this is an image just showing you basic segmentation in Guatemala. So ideally you'd be able to see the yellow is girls 8 to 12, the green is girls 13 to 17, and this is what I was discussing earlier, that it allows you to have a recruitment plan. Going back and checking participation and checking for trends on who's coming and not coming, and is there any geographic trend to that will help you re-engage those girls. This is another image of the same 2 that we were just talking about. These are the households I'm, absolutely want to pick up based on the segments that I've chosen. These other ones will fill up, as Judith was showing in the 4 squares. we're going to fill in this square first with all the girls from, the red households. Next, we'll target the yellow households. And then if there's space yet, we'll go to the green households. So finally, all of this can be done by engaging the mentors and girls within the community to be leaders, to both put their voice and perspective about the community, but also put them forward with technology and leadership, with support to do this mapping. So this is an image from Guatemala of the girls with the GPS unit and their survey questions going around to the households to collect this information. That. And the final concept I want to get to is the safety map. So once you've had this map to go through recruitment and monitoring participation, the last element is creating a safety map. So, once in the program, girls can now use that map to discuss the threats to their safety. And it's a little difficult to see here, but they've pointed out places where a rape has occurred, places that are not safe at night, places that are not safe in certain seasons, different dangers because of a robbery or a crime. And this gives an objective action plan to engage in the community on safety. So now you have this objective reality of where the places are that aren't safe. And are we going to put, we can, start saying, we need a safety light here, or between 1 and 4 on weekdays, the girls feel harassed on this street walking home from school. We need female monitors there. It becomes a more objective way, that right brain, left brain shift to talking about safety within the community and engaging the leaders on that. And this last slide is to show that one map is it's a synergy. It's one map for these multiple use. You're doing the recruitment, the monitoring, the participation, the evaluation, the safety maps. It's all one map. So it's just this incremental step. And it's no different. I mean, these concepts are obviously things that have happened before, but it's the idea of locating it within the map and giving it that objective reality that makes it a little bit more actionable.
Yeah, just go back to your thing here. This is, because people get so intrigued by the technology and all, the revolution that I think this creates, I just want to underscore it. People have been doing mapping a long time, and basically it's been an anthropological technique, but it's always stayed in the right side of the brain, and it gets stuck in the kind of secret knowledge. Well, I'm particularly sensitive to girls and women. I know how they think, and the emphasis is they feel unsafe all the time. That's not a useful programmatic observation unless you can begin to break it down. All it does is actually discourage activity. But when you make it objective so other people can relate to it, because there's a tendency to think of, I have a gender specialist and they have secret knowledge. This is basic knowledge. No, I'm serious. We're going to map, and it's, I'm a normally intelligent person. HIV became something we all had to learn something about. We had to learn objective facts. We didn't limit ourselves to how it feels to have HIV, as important as that might be to understand, but the conditions that enable its spread, the measures taken, its location. It moved immediately into objective information, which was seen as basic information that development professionals should know. That's where we are now. Our risk right now is that we'll have a little secret group that say, we understand girls. We can all understand girls. It is our obligation. This is the key population, I believe, in the world around whose lives architecture of poverty as well as solutions are set. I fully and completely believe that. Therefore, everyone should understand that. That's why I emphasize simple, direct, straightforward, and shareable. So here's the map. Here are where the girls are. Now let's think about it. And, your heart is great, but, boy, we really need your mind. And then you say, well, I see there's a clustering here. Vera showed a map earlier with girls in hard-to-reach areas. Okay, so maybe we'll rotate where we have the program meetings sometimes. All the things you would do if I was, for example, purveying family planning methods. What amazing scenarios we had about purveying family planning methods. I want that same innovation, that same structural thinking applied to these girls. So the maps are another way of us getting outside of our heads, our secret knowledge. We had a workshop in Rwanda, And the personal is always put on the table as having incredible weight because after all we're talking about girls and women. So here's the kind of personal things people say. Well, I gave some money to my sons and daughters and my daughter, and she misspent it terribly. And because of that experience, I don't think girls should have savings accounts. And they can get away with that. They can get away with that in a meeting in which everyone's got their head wrapped around the sympathy, empathy, we do this because we're good people. Okay? There's an immediate abandonment of the evidentiary base. Okay? We have had very little investment in the evidentiary base. But there's a real emotional dominance, so people should never be allowed to get away with statements like that. Protection is another good word. We have to protect girls and women. There was someone I worked with who consistently blocked activities to work inside the household because he was afraid of what would happen. The word protection is almost always used to deny girls and women opportunities. That's why you cut off their genitals. That's why you keep them from school. That's why they don't go to work. That's why they don't go to public places. When I hear the word protection, I draw my gun. Watch when you hear the word protection. It means restrain opportunities. Instead, it should be, how do we make these safe, accessible options within a reasonable frame? Because, life is risk. And we prepare girls to the point where they take risks. We all take risks. But again, all the words that are used sound perfectly reasonable. We're going to protect them. Well, that means we're going to keep them at home. 86% of the girls in Zambia say, I have to stay at home to be protected. I can't join society. So another reason I like maps, it gets us into this terrain. And if we can even sometimes talk about it as not even girls and boys, but blues and reds, and start making plans for, the reds, and tactical plans. What will change their life tomorrow morning? Not in a decade. Okay? We need things that will change their life tomorrow morning and in a decade. But let's start with what tomorrow, those investments in what will change their lives tomorrow are deferred in favor of some long-term elusive strategic goal often. Anyway, and maps, again, help us do near-term planning, and that's one of our big challenges. Okay, now this was a visual that Vera put together after some work in India because this became so important to the group. We had a group who were living within communities where there was intergenerational, intense exploitation of girls and women. Some of them came from the communities where their mother, their sister, presumptively their daughter, they were responding to gruesomely difficult situations. But their resources were effectively concentrated on a few bad outcomes. The girl over here. She had something bad has already happened. And not just that girl, but the girl, we're going to work another visual. Let's say we have 20 girls in this category, but the 5 who made enough noise. So we've got 2 selective factors. Something bad really happened, e.g. she was trafficked. And now 5 of them come forward, and we work with the 5 girls, and they need intensive resources because of what they've been through. And they pull on our heartstrings. And we can show her to everyone who comes through town and every donor, and the donor gets moved and writes about it and goes away. But in that same community are these other girls, the 75, in this case the 75 who are right in line, are getting nothing. And these girls are taking a lot of resources. In this particular program, they were spending 400 rupees a month per girl. That's a lot of money. You give everybody a bank account. Give all the girls in the village a bank account for that. There's a lot of stuff you can do. So however it's selective, whether it's elite capture or selective capture by those most in need, unless we move up here and analyze the pipeline, I'm not suggesting no resources to girl A, but I'm suggesting that an explicit decision is made, and basically if you want to do yourself out of business, there'll be fewer girl A. So you need to start investing in girl B. So a minimum is 50-50, right? 2 segments, the girl who's already had a baby and the girl who's out of school who may have a baby. So you never pick one segment, particularly in low resource areas. Because, if the side looked at a program designed for child ones, they were going to create groups of all the young mothers. That's great. But if I'm a 15-year-old girl and the only girls that have anything at all have babies, I'd better step up my game and have a baby. Okay? So you've got to have at least 2 segments, often 3, that you're making investments in. And finally, when the picture was done with the tears and the all, and this was the hardest thing for them, and I understood why. Because the kind of heart these people have, you can't invent. That heart is an incredible asset. But the hearts were becoming less resilient because they were constantly reacting. And they were beginning to identify with their clients, not just because they're sympathetic, but because their lives had become unmanageable. Basically, they were just reacting. So we said, let's make a plan. We know it'll be difficult to execute, but let's make a plan so that basically we at least have a plan of moving your efforts increasingly to prevention and mitigation. And this is a graphic that Vera did. Same investment produces more outcomes for the most vulnerable girls. This is the value for money proposition. So if you do get there, there's a big reward, and in how much change you can render. And you're all working in places which have high levels of need. I worked many years ago on maternal mortality in New York City, when, by the way, it was in some areas of the city north of 20. But I realized I could spend my whole life working on it, and if the needle moved, I'll never knew what happened. So one of the reasons I was attracted to actually developing countries was I said, well, the same amount of effort, we might get a larger yield. So you're already working in very challenging circumstances. We need one more notch of commitment to the most vulnerable, and then there really be a return, a really high return on what you're all doing.
Sure. So these are just some basic graphics. Those earlier maps are a little muddled, so to reinforce finding those girls, so doing the household enumeration and locating what those segments are going to be and recruiting those girls. And then separating them out into the programs, but based on the segments and their needs. And
just on this, so yeah, this is a simple diagram. You notice they have different times. You know, the girls 8 to 12 are going to meet Wednesdays 2 to 4, and the older girls are going to meet Fridays 3 to 5. And if you already have existing programs with young people, which you may do, you can do a sort of fade in, fade out approach where you, as I said, don't say no to anybody, but begin to take, Rwanda's interesting. Rwanda has youth centers all over the country which are basically benchmarked to a certain population density. It's a planner's dream. They get an average of 2,000 visits per year. They are underutilized by a factor of at least 15 in terms of their capacity. And it's like, you know, animals in pasture. If you let them range freely, or irrigating or making dams of water, if you let them range freely, you can serve many fewer. If you create dedicated spaces, you get a much higher yield. So imagine that same youth center in which you say, okay, I actually have, you know, these centers, by the way, are open 7 days a week. Talk about underused resource. And the girls were still kind of meeting on the lawn of the youth center. This is kind of nutty. These were getting a little closer. Why don't you take the schedule? Why don't you take the framework of who's in it? And why don't you make grosso modo allocations as to age and needs, so that you're going to give 10% of the resources to the boys over 15, 20% to the boys, you know, 10 to 14, and 70% to the girls 10 to 17, 18. And especially, and then just kept appropriating so that there'd be both allocation proportions, and then let's look at the timings that will make a difference. So you say, no, it's a place for everybody. You pay attention to who's in the center so that it's, you know, for the younger girls probably you especially want it to be a safe place. Female mentors, big issue. Mentors are always paid. They must be paid, some sort of stipend. There's a level that after you have a mentoring structure, there's a way in which you can use volunteers at a certain point, but you can't de novo create a social structure on volunteers of a vulnerable group. Does not work, particularly when the vulnerable group are 100% poor, vulnerable and poor female and children legally. But anyway, by doing this separation, you can then rationalize existing resources. So in this case, after the separation was made, the facility that was used that had never had females in it was the community center. And then the hours were posted that these were the times when the girls would be there. And then the key was working with the community to basically incentivize the permanentizing of that. Going back to the promises. The promises were that the Ministry of Youth said that these are for everybody, but there weren't females there. It was like Title IX. You know, why do we need Title IX? Because sports are for everybody except not if you're, you know, female, disabled, whatever they are. They needed a special act and a special visibility and a special, now it's our space. And you can't turn us back when this project is over. So this helps you also in your negotiating for use of existing facilities, because you can tie these groups to, in fact, protections in the Constitution and entitlements that they just don't have access to that now they're going to have access to. No new money. Okay, we've got about half an hour. We're actually doing pretty well on schedule, in which we will cover two things on our outline. How to set goals for specific segments and what success looks like at the level of the girl and the community. Now, organizers, is that okay? Should we just power through, or should we take some questions now? What do you want to do? Go ahead. Okay. So now you've got segments of girls. Typical segments would be, let's say, 8 to 12, and 8 to 12, and in a community where school going drops off around 12. Girls 10 to 14 who are out of school or way behind in grade for age, and you have married girls, let's say. But for each of those segments, we need to establish widely achievable benchmarks, core and desirable health, social, and economic assets, to be conferred by segment through community-based platforms. There's no place right now that they can meet. The community-based platform can be an existing facility, but it needs to now be defined as a female-only space dedicated to the segment, and that's a process. We've never actually built a new building, with one exception, and I believe it was with IRC, the Haitian Adolescent Girls Network. Because in the camps you had to create a place where girls could meet. But most everywhere, there are just a lot of places they should be able to go, and we sort of say, okay, we're taking that one with the community's consent. And then you need to decide what you're going to do with them by segment. Many of the things you want to do with each segment will be similar to others, but you do your exercise by segment or by age group. And we do something called the asset exercise. Has anyone in this room done the asset exercise? All right. To explain it simply, we have about 120 cards now, and you're welcome to add to it, which have specific assets that a girl might have. That moment. Such as knows the danger signs of pregnancy and who to call, okay, if she thinks there's an emergency. Knows how to install a bed net. This is specific information. Knows the scenarios by which traffickers abduct girls. Knows the legal age of marriage and knows who to go to if she's threatened. Has an ID, some personal lock documentation. Has a savings account. Knows how to do a budget. When you read research, at the end of it, write down what that would be asset for a girl. Knows that older men are more likely to have HIV than younger men. That's an asset. There's a lot of this stuff doesn't flow. It sits over in the literature here. As an exercise, whenever you read anything, write down what the asset is. I'm a person. I'm trying to live my life. A lot of money's been spent getting this stuff. What does it mean for me? Specific information. Not, quote, unquote, knows her rights. That's not helpful. That's not like saying, saying to your kid, and you would never say this to your kid, don't get run over. That's not enough information, is it? You need to say, okay, now when we get near the street, you got to hold my hand, and this is a particularly dangerous corner, and you're never to cross it on your own, and. So you keep drilling down till you get to the specificity you need. A lot of groups work with what they think of are assets, but they're so generally defined they're actually not useful. It also doesn't allow us to bring in the special information the girls have. Once you start working with girls, there are lots of stuff they need to know or already know, which can be honored in this process. We were just working with a group in Niger, and we added an asset card, which was knows where to get a core food in the scarcity season safely. That's where those girls were. They knew in advance when the scarcity season was, which is part of their knowledge, and it's an asset. And if they didn't have food, they had no plan, and they didn't have a way to voice it. And that was a scenario when girls frequently would be sexually exploited. Okay, so all the safety dimensions require absolute specificity about when in the day I'm at risk, which days I'm at risk, what seasons bring risk, and so forth. Things like, generally when men have money, women are at risk. Generally there's 180% opposition between the good times for males and the good times for females. School vacations are a dreadful time for girls. That's when a lot of bad things happen. And most programs who are sort of benchmarked against the middle class vision say, oh, well, we're all going on vacation. Well, actually not. Some of us are having parts of our bodies cut off and getting married, I guess, on this, unless we have a plan. So Anyway, specificity by segment of what they need as core assets. Health, social, and economic assets are closely linked. This is data from Kelly Hallman, my colleague, and what makes this data so immensely valuable is that it's longitudinal. So at time 1, she measured, controlled for everything, levels of social connection, friendship networks, mainly, some group participation. And then at time 2, looked at forced sex. And this being South Africa, there was an unfortunately large base of experience, and girls with low social connectedness were much more likely to have experienced forced sex. This is controlling for everything. And by the way, the girls, the richest girls, the girls in the first quintile in wealth, had fewer friends that they interacted with regularly than males did. So when you talk about mixing males and females, they never have the social capital level that males do. You're adding, males already have a place to meet their friends. We may not like what's going on there. But girls, even in a place like South Africa, and the DFID rep there kept questioning us, are you sure they really, he said, no, they don't have a safe place at all. They in fact, when we did the initial mapping with them, the only place that they felt safe somewhat was a school that happened to have, a double mesh grid around it. And otherwise, their life, they were hyper-vigilant. So they may be out there, they may be walking and looking like they're sexy, forget about it. Females have consistently less social capital than males. And it has a connection. There's also a relationship between the different aspects. So these are females with a financial goal who have more realistic assessment of their HIV risk. Straight reproductive health information, obviously there's interest in it. But in South Africa, where this data comes from, 99% of the girls score 100 on everything about HIV. When our program began, the analysis part of the program began, there was a 1-to-1 female-to-male ratio among 15 to 24-year-olds with HIV. It's now 8-to-1. Something is not working. Knowledge is not enough. These are females with a financial goal, are more realistically assess their HIV risk, and it has, and it's from day 1 to day 2. Day 1, you have no financial goal. On day 2, you do. You don't have any more money. It's rather like the women's movement in the United States, in which women's wages were 62 cents on the male dollar, but they started meeting together and talking about it. It wasn't we all got jobs. We didn't all get jobs. We got to talk about it. We got information. So this is how agency moves across sectors. I'm a huge fan of financial literacy because I think it makes you appreciate right away that we're all economic beings. You're immediately qualified as an economic being. Nobody's not. And it has good returns to health outcomes or health behaviors, and the reverse is less true. Health information is right, but it's not, it doesn't have the power to change economic understandings. Economics really done well and age-graded, I think, are tremendously powerful. So we create girl spaces or platforms, bowls in which you can add any elements or knowledge. Right now, once you have identified that there's 75 girls, 10 to 14 in your community who are out of school, you have no way to get to them. If there was an HIV vaccine, you couldn't get them to. You have no delivery system. This is your delivery system. Places where they regularly meet, and regularly is the key word. And if you have to choose between strong content and regularly meeting, take regularly meeting, because that is the core gift to them, being with each other. The social infrastructure you are building. You are building the black churches. The civil rights movement could say all it wanted to about the rights of everyone to be registered and to vote. Well, what made it happen was a community-based infrastructure. We are building those churches, so to speak. We are building those spaces for the girls. And the girls want them, and they tenaciously hold to them. And they can be set up anywhere. They want this. This is something they want and need. Now, what are you going to put in your platform once you've got it? They're meeting. They've got a lot they want to do initially, but you want to do we use asset exercise, and it's not a specific program activity, the asset approach, but building assets both reduce vulnerability and expand opportunities. They work on 2 directions. Here are examples of these assets, social, human. I don't care how you actually classify things, but these are the kinds of things we're looking at. Relationships of trust, access to institutions, skills and knowledge, good health, self-esteem, bargaining power, personal assets, things that you own, financial assets, access to entitlements. One of the big impacts of the work in South Africa was the girls that knew about the entitlements. And this is one of the directions they're working in India as well, and how to access them. So their exclusion meant that there was actually substantial financial assets that they not only were eligible for, but actually prioritized for. That having a girls group meant that they had a staging platform. And the Women and Children program in the United States, I think it's our largest entitlement program, about to be slashed undoubtedly, became the platform through which we introduced to this group of, poor mothers with young children, their entitlements, did on-site feeding, etc. It provided, because they're isolated, and that's their core wound, they're isolated. So you bring them together and fill the bowl. Now we do in the exercises, participants break into, in this case we said regional groups, we were working with groups in India, so we had a Bihar group, a Calcutta group, and a Delhi group. And we did it by age, and we said, at what age, what is the latest age at which a girl should have a specific asset? And then once you have these asset cards and you array them along a wall, and they're blank ones because they want you to invent new ones, and they put, for instance, a new one which was, by what age should a girl know that girls are often exploited during melees, the festivals? Okay, so that first group put down it should be 10, the other one said no, she should know that by 8. And we don't talk about social norms on purpose because you get stuck there. We move right to what should she have. We're the Girl Scouts, right? We're going to prepare them. What would you do for your own child? Is there any daylight between what you do for your own child and what you do for the girl? There's a problem, and you should examine it. If you think your child should have a savings account when they're young, so should these girls. The default position is what you do for your own child is a good beginning. And a lot of policy basically is derivative self-censorship in which you say, well, we can't do that in a place like this, so let's not even try. We don't have that conversation. Skip that one. I moved this very early in our process so people are immediately having a positive vision. They're not managing so a girl doesn't get pregnant and doesn't get HIV. They're managing so that she's on track and has a life that is benchmarked to human progress, building up her human stock. A very different way of proceeding, easier to get people's heads around, and a vision around which people can manage. We have them define what those assets are. We then went through a subsidiary exercise in which we said, all right, now would you pick, I think, 15 to 20? They came up with a very good list of 15 to 20. And we did this in a few days period, so they now had the basis of the program. Here's what we're going to give to our girls by age 14 across our program. Here are 20 things we're going to do. So once you have that list, and a co-decision is what cadre is going to be delivering the material. So you identify the cadres of mentors that are appropriate for each of these segments, and they are the anchor to this female infrastructure. The girl teams assure, this is my spelling, excuse me. Assure girls safe access to programs, increase regular participation, especially among the most vulnerable, deliver much of the content, strengthen the learning environment, provide a foundation for community engagement, deliver sustainability through cascading leadership. Where I would spend my money is stipending the mentors. That's what I'd spend my money. You give me $100 and tell me that you want us to change the village, that's what I do. I do the mapping, and then I'd pick a couple of mentors, and I'd have them get to work, and I'd give them something so that they could do that if I had them. This is the single most important part of your plan. And you've done the asset exercise, so now you have, here's a worksheet. So segment 1, and let's say it's the girls 10 to 14 who are either out of school or way behind. What are the health, social, and economic assets I need? Where is she at time 1? Time 1 has no friends, or time 1 does not know the danger signs of pregnancy, does not know how to install a bed net. What are the inputs I have so she gets that asset? Is it available as is? Does it need revision? Does it need to be developed? And actually, this is a different graph than we have. We have another one in which we have a line that says whether the mentor, who's going to ultimately deliver it. You have some materials which girls can deliver to each other. You have to learn which ones those are. And some which you pretty much are sure the mentors are going to do. Financial literacy, some parts the girls can deliver to each other over time. So you're looking at sustainability. So we have another chart which is a little more detailed here, which gives you start thinking through in advance. Will this always be delivered only by mentors, or will girls sometimes deliver it? Because the girls are very proud. You ask them, what do you know, and what would you like to be able to teach someone else? I know how to read, but I can't teach someone else to read. That's a different skill, right? So you lay this out, and in many cases you have some material that's available as is or needing minor, and then others you just create, and you don't bring in a curriculum specialist that will lay you up for 125 years. You construct something that is sound, and you don't delay getting to the girls because you'll begin to learn from them what's useful. So begin with some of the available non-controversial content. Better to get to earth than to delay, this is the one. So this is the somewhat more detailed chart. Available as is, needing revision, material to be developed, mentor deliver only, mentor delivers initially, but get to the point of girl delivery. So with financial literacy, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be broken down differently when the girls start to do it. You know, the mentor can give a lecture of 40 minutes. When the girls start teaching parts of financial literacy, you need units of 15 minutes, for example, and you need to know what parts they can. But much of the content can move towards some peer sharing, and better yet, some sharing of the girls with the community. Some of this content is stuff, you know, once a month on a Saturday, you suddenly have a meeting and girls stand up and start teaching the community things. This is perfectly doable. You just have to have a plan. What success looks like at the level of the community and the girl. All right, this is where it is so important for the institutional change that we take the indicators that we commonly use to say this is a good program manager, this was a good project, this is a good country program. And if you divide them into 3 groups, those which are possibly workable at the level of the girl, they usually aren't measured at the level of the girl, they're often synthetic, but they're not completely hostile. Those that are neutral and will take some work, and those that are utterly hostile to what you want to get done. Let me give you an example. There's a lot of money reinvigorating the family planning field. There are billions now that are going to flow. The current measure that has been driving is basically a logistics measure, because everything will tend to be measured. Basically, if you once were interested in outcome, your system will increasingly qualify inputs as outputs and outcomes. So when I put a bunch of pills on the plane from Dulles to Morocco, I've just shipped 400,000 couple years of protection, right? I haven't just put stuff on a plane. Bureaucracies and logistics, you don't get very few people-level measures. But we've now got some people-level measures. We want girls to have friends. We want them to have IDs. We want them to have a bunch of things. And we've got an institution that doesn't measure things that way. You have a particular wrinkle because what you do on the ground in the first 6 weeks is different than what you're supposed to do the next 7 to, I forget what the benchmarks are. What are your timings? How does it work? What's an immediate crisis? An immediate crisis is what defined as the first month?
I mean, for 10 days.
So 10 days, and then the next bounce is what?
3 months.
Okay, and then so what we're doing is you're doing emergency interventions that lay the foundation for, in fact, development, because I understand IRC can stay as long as 12 years. Is that correct in a community? Okay, so in effect, so you've got this for you, this is really important because you have quick and dirty, and undoubtedly we're not based in no knowledge. I'm not suggesting that. Measures of what success looks like in 10 days and who's successful, you know, water pipes in place, whatever it is. Then you've got this next one. Then you have a point at which some of the human services will just leave because there's assumption that someone's taking over, though there's no evidence that anyone ever takes over, right? And this vulnerable population, which may have been classified in the first 10 days because she's got a baby as an adult woman, or in one case I saw the 12-year-old girls were grouped with the adult men. That was a good plan. So you're going to have to look in the eye, the procedures and assumptions, and do a little triage and say, potentially good for girls if we get it right, neutral we're not sure, and let's get rid of that. A couple of years of protection is a measure in the family planning reproductive health field, which will never do us any good. It basically biases everything to non-voluntary use of long-acting contraceptives delivered in unsterile environments. That's where it pushes towards, because you're a good manager if you've delivered more couple years of protection. You're a good nutrition officer if you distributed more of those packets. You're not measuring whether they were used or not. Our populations in the course of this, in the food distribution chain, you have production of food, you have distribution, you have consumption, and you have utilization. Our groups don't get to consume it, and if they consume it, their bodies don't utilize it. And the measures pretty much stop, in many cases, at distribution. Yeah, we got it into the community, and we had a feeding station. And yeah, a lot of hungry people walked there. Who didn't walk there? Who couldn't get there? We need to take those commodities to the married girls clubs, which is what in the United States they do in the WIC programs. Food what do they call them? Food stamps didn't work for lots of populations because they were fungible. And for some populations, they went to on-site feeding because you never got to consumption. And then the utilization part, which is big at the body level, you can't really absorb the food. So most of our populations are excluded. There's very little individual level measuring. And remember, your goal is that you're going to, you have fewer reported rapes, maternal deaths, or HIV. I mean, everything you're looking for is a rare negative event as opposed to what proportion of 12-year-old girls have IDs. So we're looking for a revolution in measuring success. It's going to be necessary. So at the individual girl level, and thanks to Vera for putting this together, in communities of 3,000, and the reason I stress community size also is that when you're coming up with a program, you want to have some comparability to the size of the community, because they're looking to change both girls and communities, and there are modal size communities. In Guatemala, it's 500 to 1,500. In Nigeria, it was 3,000. So it's important to do the research in your environment. I'm in rural Kano, let's say. What is the modal size of a village? So in communities of 3,000, reaching at least 80% of key segments. So this is another standard. We're reading 80% of, let's say, girls 10 to 14, either out of school or marginal. We were able to, with girls attending at least 80% of the time, it's like the next threshold, shift girls' skills areas in the following 10 categories. So this is a sentence, I say. This is how things get scaled, by the way. This is the convincement. I'm in Niger, and I've done a program, and I've done a thorough, small-scale one, but I anticipated scaling it. So I wrote into it resources that were pretty much there. My mentors are drawn from the community. Not university graduates, and they're not taking the bus from the capital city. So I built into the DNA both what will be consistent limitations. All right, time 1, girls does not know about her menstruation. Time 2, she knows about her menstruation. Time 1, she does not know the danger signs of pregnancy. Time 2, she can name the danger signs. Three signs of pregnancy, danger signs of pregnancy. Time 1 does not know about family planning. Time 2 knows at least 2 methods of family planning. Social does not have friends. Time 2 has 5 friends and a place to meet them. Time 1 does not feel as intelligent as those around her. Time 2 feels as intelligent as those around her. Does not know the legal age of marriage. Time 2 knows the legal age of marriage. Does not know the sign of trafficking. Knows the signs of trafficking and someone to talk to about it. Has never visited a bank. Time 2 has visited the nearest bank and has a savings account. And in Egypt and many other places, you can just go to a post office. And age 10, many countries have very favorable legal framework for early savings. We've got sort of savings programs. All right. Does not have a savings plan, has a savings plan. And you can't take that away from her, just like you can't take reading away from her. This is, people, the economic stuff is dealt with as if it's you're working or you're not working. Well, I'm not currently reading, but I'm not illiterate. So the capabilities model has got to be taken to financial literacy. I'm the kind of girl, even though it's a very difficult economic environment, who knows I'm making economic decisions, who has a savings plan, though I don't have much money, and I'm making choices. I am somebody, and there's no job around here, but I'm doing the best I can, and I actually have a skill and an analytic framework I can share, and nobody can take that out of my mind, and that's really important. People confuse the economic inputs as being cool, giving girls jobs. No, preparing them for decent livelihoods. All right, time 1, does not know where to get money in an emergency. Time 2, knows who to borrow money from an emergency. Girls need to have specific safety plans. What will you do? There are situations in which these emergencies arise, and the difference in being able to mediate, get 24 hours of safety and an hour of safety is a big difference, and it varies systematically by gender and by subcategory within gender. Girls in domestic service have about a half an hour that they're safe if you ask them key safety questions, because they don't even borrow money from them, have no place to go, they have no recourse. They're basically out in the street, and that's the ball game for them. You can increase by, someone do the percentages for me, from half an hour to 24 hours their safety zone with a good plan. This is questions you might ask at the community level. Just because we measure things at girls' level doesn't mean we don't measure them other levels. It's just that the girl level is our most important one. At time 1, mothers believe girls should marry young. At time 2, mothers agree to allow girls to wait to get married until at least legal age of 18. At time 1, fathers do not want their girls participating in physical activity, which is what we heard from the fathers in Egypt, because they might tear their hymen. Time 2, fathers agree to allow girls to have access to playing field during girl-only hours and understand the importance of exercise for their health. Father's mind, it may still be so she can be a good mother. We meet the cultural conditions of privacy, but the girl gets to move and learn and play. brothers believe their sisters should ask their permission before leaving the house. Time 2, brothers think it's their sister's choice whether she wants to leave the house. This was an actual question we used. Girls at time 1 thought that they had to obey their brothers, including their younger brothers at time 2. They didn't have to obey any of their brothers. You were fostering disrespect, but their agency was located in themselves. Access to institutions, and this is when working with the community, setting up a community contract so that you have expectations. This is where we are systematically failing. And job 1 in terms of value for money is getting access to what's already there. We can improve it, we can add content, but if you already have, and we don't have the money. We got all this stuff lying fallow. We have so much value on the table. So the community center, which costs them $50,000 to set up, is not used by girls. Now that's a big loss. It's underutilization, period, and in this case by key. This is a community in deficit social spending, basically. Okay, you're moving them to community center has 6-hour block of girl-only time during the week, and the hours are posted. And I would add here there's a female mentor on premises. No girls use the post office where she can get a savings account. It's there. Everybody will tell you it's there. The post office has a female clerks on Fridays to help girls set up and manage their savings accounts. Great place for NGOs to basically post somebody there and let it be known that on Friday afternoons there'll be someone to help you. And we've done a lot of group registration for savings accounts, for health centers, and so forth. News travels fast across segment. Now, girls like me can go there now. I don't have to be one of those fancy girls with those fancy shoes. Girls in Haiti can't go to school if they don't have the right shoes. They know school's there. They don't have the right shoes. Well, there's a time where girls without shoes can come to the school now.
Judith, I just want to do a time check for you.
Okay,
It's
we're almost done.
12:30.
Yeah.
Okay.
Playing field is a boy-only space. Time 2, Saturday mornings are girl-only time in the playing field with female mentors. I think it's this simple. I work at a research institution. But this is revolutionary. And you get commitment from communities at the outset. We want to close the gap in the social contract at the community level, government and civil society hand in hand with girls. So here are all of our resources. And then there's the completed story. Here are our girl segments, and in between, in too small print, but basically have detailed what we now want from those institutions. Bilingual support in the schools in the first ages. There are girls who graduated in Guatemala. They speak both Spanish and the indigenous language. They don't have jobs. How about give them $5 a month for them to be in the classroom with the new little girls who are going to drop out because they can't manage the two? I mean, there's so many potentials here. But you need to have an intentional plan that is about using existing services and not about how your NGO is going to exhaust itself even further, but a way to provide the bridging social capital with intentionality and use the resources you have to leverage the community. Make it a contract, a community contract. So we asked this as an exercise for people doing program planning to, we had the previous one where you had they'd written where the different assets were. Now we asked them, working with your organizations, pick several different concrete activities that you could do proactively and visibly to engage the community, where we begin to have, ambitions. People just write off the community. They just basically think if they don't do it, no one will do it. No, we need to make demands, careful, prioritized ones, realistic ones, specific ones. You don't say, give us the community center. You say, we'd really like the community center on Saturday afternoons from this time to this time, and you make a deal. Communities can be engaged in initially supporting safe house-to-house surveys by saying this group's coming and you let them in and facilitate the recruitment process when there's a plan, provide space in existing facilities for meetings, recruitment, training, follow-up, establish places where girls can meet regularly, permanently. It's not a one-off, permanently. Create safety zones, put in streetlights, develop specific security and protection procedures, often in response to the safescaping that Vera sort of hinted at. Give girls personal documentation. I'll show you an example of that. Enforce protective laws more systematically. Organize service provisions at times, days, sessions, weeks that make them more accessible to girls or other vulnerable categories. And it's not that hard to do. This is what's posted in Guatemala. We knew we had it when they posted it. Policy change is not a secret. If it's not announced, it's like getting married, Not such a thing. You have to declare your intentions. So it's posted, and it's permanent. And this is in Ethiopia, And the Cabellis are on the bus station. The local Cabelli chiefs, and we had the data, they had twice as many females between the ages of 10 and 20 as males because of the migration issue. They said, are these your girls? Yeah, these are our girls. Then you're going to stamp, please, their ID cards. We'll make them, but you stamp them because otherwise these are basically undocumented workers, undocumented people. And I cannot speak enough about ID cards as a good intervention. And you do an analysis, as the earlier questioner asked me, about the significant segments of girls, the challenges she faces. Now, she's fighting a power battle with her duty bearers in the home, with the teachers, with all the people who are supposed to protect her. These are often the enemy, most likely, the guy who heads the... So what are the challenges that she has to... Who are the actual near-term people you need to get around? And I stress near-term. The long-term, there's lots of things, George Bush is still alive. We still have him to worry about. But right now I'm going to worry about my councilman. We need a tactical plan. And two of the key personalities that need to be dealt with and converted into allies if possible. But don't put your money on something that hasn't happened in the West yet. We're going to change gender norms. No, please. You might have some things you need to do to get the girls out of the house, and you need to work with some populations of males, but find out who those populations are. So identify with input from girls which males need attention. Is it their fathers? Is it older males? Is it clusters of men? Is it employers? Is it brothers? Is it partners? And I apply the 3 following questions for whether to do it, because you may not need that investment and you have very little money. In Egypt, we agreed to spend 10% of our budget dealing with the boys, but we weren't going to spend half of it. Because it's not fair to spend half of it when the girls get nothing and the girls have much worse problems. When? At what point in the program really made sense? You had access to them. They were strengthened. Yes, they were at this point. The females, the young married females, were ready to meet their husbands and talk about stuff, but in the first few weeks they were not. And very importantly, at what cost? You've got limited budgets, and engaging male populations is much more expensive than female populations. There are opportunity costs. In Zambia, the donor kept pushing us to work with the boys. And the boys wanted, well, what's in it for us? We've already got each other. Where are our basketballs? The girls would sit in the room with a little broken pencil and were perfectly happy. And if we'd let it happen, the entire budget would have gone to, talking to boys about gender roles as opposed to making that core investment in the assets of the group whose human rights were most at risk. Remember the shark repellent? Whenever you give something to a female, somebody wants it. You've got to know who that person is and have a blocking plan. It's access to and control of resources, preventative strategies. And the dealing with the community and holding it, doesn't, in the initial phases is the honeymoon period. You need to have a plan for when problems arise. When the girls get into very serious trouble and need support, girls who have been abused or exploited. What are the resources in the community for counseling, for shelter, for feeding, for childcare? When girls begin to have problems with gatekeepers, when you have the group, you'll get this stuff often before it happens. They come, I'm being pressured to leave school. A man has come to the house 3 times. I'm afraid my family wants to marry them. If they know they're regularly meeting, they can give you a little bit of warning. Otherwise, the element of surprise is a big element in the abuse of girls. So the regularly meeting girls group is the early warning device. And then the mentors are an important part of the plan, what we're going to do about this. When girls begin to have problems with gatekeepers, clergy, teachers, parents, brothers, harassment points, village councils, and so forth, to whom they should turn, advisory councils, ombudsmen, formal and informal channels. My mentor, who's now 90 and works in Egypt, the reason she got so invested in girls is they had a community crisis committee. This is the garbage workers, a very famous long-term program. And the first 3 crises that came through the door with girls that had slit their wrists because they were under pressure to marry. That had not been there as an approachable structure. And then they evolved a program that focused on the 12-year-old girl, basically. ID cards, banners, posted hours, color coding of a safety zone, your ideas. So our last vision is this once again. We're going to close the gap and bring those hands together. Thank you. We're done.
Judith, Vera, Amy, thank you all so much. I think we'd all agree that was an information-packed 2.5 hours. Certainly a lot of food for thought for all of us in the room and on the line. Just to let you all know, I will try and schedule some time where those of us who have been participating in this can come back together and have a bit more discussion about, the implications of this for our IRC program, since we didn't have time to get into that today. So I'll be following up with all of you and anyone else who's interested who couldn't make it. But again, thanks again for making the time, Judith, Amy, Vera. Really, really useful information. Thanks everybody for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
For those who are in New York, I believe there's lunch that's around somewhere. Please help yourself. Judith, I think we'll take a pause until about 1 o'clock, and then we'll carry on with the afternoon session, which will be a much smaller group of us, most of us on the line.
Okay. Thanks to all. Thanks to Vera, who gave up her evening to get this together.
Thank you.
She wasn't meant to.
Folks, there's pizza and soda out here. Reflecting on how many bad programs I've seen.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. We're going to need your help in breaking it down and being ruthlessly critical.
As good as anytime we can get these recorded.
Yeah.
I just say we're going to do this in a video.
Yeah, and I want to. We can get this content. If you can give us the tape, we really want the tape.
It's a digital recording, and so they'll be able to send you the link, and then you'll be able to.
It's really important because we're trying to basically turn this into kind of talking manual, whatever it is, and so.
Can we record it for the?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
We recorded India as well, but crush.
And actually, it's probably still recording now. As soon as Miriam's done there, I'll ask her to.
I'm just going to go ladies' room.
And I'm just stepping out because I have to run to a quick appointment. Miriam is here with you. I will be coming back to join you guys.
Recommendation with other ladies' room.
Yeah.
So I can send you a tape.
It's probably still recording. Yes, you're going to leave it going? Okay. Okay. And I'll be back.
Well, so we should be careful of what we say because we've been recording now. Yes.
I'm not supposed to be with now, and we're invited, but
Yeah. I think that maybe about a quarter, but
yeah. Interesting.
thank you. Yeah. This was, I'm just really very important
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, no problem.
so terrible. So we're gonna have like some.
Miriam, thank you so much.
Okay.
It's really good.
Chicken wings.
That's America.
Yeah. What's the difference
You're
between
making up
buffalo
this stuff. What's the difference?
chicken?
Actually? Oh, wow. Yeah. Just eat here.
Yeah.
Mine.
Can I have a bubble water?
Yes.
Voila.
Yeah. I realized that's so great. I mean, the project was very well designed because I only gave help as much as everyone but I really understood a lot more of the angles.
Sure.
Population council design.
Okay.
I really hope we get it.
We see empty rooms. Do you think we can get the presentation after?
Daisy, you have to ask them. They were kind of creating it on the fly here.
I'm just wondering how hard it is to do the mapping, like technically and
Like how to do it? Or
yeah, how to do it. Like if you do GPS thing and you can put it easy on the Google Earth.
Maybe it's
Sounds
not
pretty
working.
Yeah, I've done it for something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I have GPS. I've done the GPS for calculation. It's okay if your device is easy to use. It's fine. But then, like, how to put it actually on the map and it doesn't.
I didn't just copy and paste the coordinates.
Hmm? Even if you see nothing on Google Earth.
I think there's a special like creation map. I've never done it, but with their technology now, I think there's a lot of potential.
No, it's really neat. You are? Really, a lot of it resonated with that.
Oh, did you see this message?
I also like to talk about
No.
this.
Luckily, I was copied on it.
Oh, it's getting unnatural. Social
You know,
media
like-
related.
People are asking for presentations. I said, okay.
But
Okay. I muted it for now, so that because we're still recording.
Oh.
Hopefully that will not be recorded.
identify they got the community contract. I mean, they use the space. You haven't bought in. Everyone hasn't bought in, but we should get something signed or how much to get you started.
cost value?
No, we need them to street lamps and these three places. Who's gonna pay for that? Is that program?
I think
that should be confusing because they bought in. This is
Probably more expensive,
but I want to have time already to spend like, well, where do we go?
Oh.
You're like, okay, well, like how is
It has
that
to be
in?
Android.
So the contract.
It doesn't have to be Android. There are a number of, they have to be, yeah,
Yeah, you go
what
to
I'm
your
recommending right now is at the surveyor,
well, the Constitution said
which are, there's a
that
whole
all works in Rwanda. Okay.
But I don't know, I need to do a little more research into like what the
And I bet that's
cost is. I mean,
They work in the
where you
areas
start
and
first, where
so that would be, yeah.
that would be the catch, right? You have to make sure you have cell coverage.
That's why.
Versus, and the GPS unit would have to have cell coverage too, or does that direct?
No, I don't think you need to be connected to, no.
things like
I think you can
Start to get
capture
used to
what,
trying to-
what the self-coverage should be.
It's small.
Now we just need to see that.
You should be able to capture GPS
Discussions about my
point,
rates.
but it won't
Like,
up
keep joking.
Okay, so that's
No,
the
the salary.
so you should be able to capture the information.
You save it and then you upload it when you get.
Mhm. But, no, in Guatemala, I do used to do it, but water.
Because it kept interrupting.
They use
Then,
GPS
perfect, not your fault.
because,
It's
they're in the.
I don't know yet,
But,
I don't know yet if she's, I think it's all
I don't know, I mean,
No.
because at
It's
this
just so
point,
far my highest level, like.
I'm like, looking less than like mobile data connection than people just getting the
Been like
the
been
feel of
small.
malls and doing
That's
data collection.
Right, I felt like Michael and John and Sue
They
were actually, yeah, they were actually.
But I feel like doing a map on paper, like even for you, just to think about like, I would be able to do this, like, it's hard.
Yeah.
And especially people have never seen maps before.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you, like a bird's eye view of your,
Geographically, how
your,
do you like,
and understanding the
distance,
studies from that, right?
space,
It's essentially a client satisfaction survey.
But I think that's the point, is like to go through the narrative exercise.
We're comparing.
The railroad's there, my house is here, the church is there. To like understand that spatially and then connect that to the physical map, how the satellite.
because it gets into the process.
Yeah. So I mean, I think, I actually think maps are pretty inherent, intuitive.
I think I'd have trouble with that in Guatemala, and takes another digit survey. I mean, there's girls who've never seen maps, right? I would imagine, but.
Yeah, yeah, I would. I don't know. I think that's mapping. There is something inherently.
Yeah, it must be like 2.5 hours.
And I think it makes more sense to start with
Really very insightful and
like this is my narrative understanding of class and this is like the physical reality.
Because there are a lot. I think that's why it's an organization.
Yeah, and it's so much easier to understand if you made even just a map yourself than if someone is showing you a map of exact the place.
Like some of the lots, like even if they're playing nepotism, like doesn't have the capacity to handle 10 districts.
They were involved in 3 episodes they did not go and they missed the deadline for the last one. And the last one was there. They actually picked a winner who said, you can't take one winner, it's not. You need to go capacity. This is like bidding on bridges. There's no cost effectiveness in one winner. Because no group that you're going to get will actually be able to do it. They're all going to need training and support. There's not a single group in the group page identified. I'm not allowed to say. We're certainly not going to be running. And I'm going there in a couple of weeks.
Really? Great.
And we'll be, remain an advisor, so, you've got the government and all of this confounding decade to deal with. But I know
She wants to take a meeting.
the president doesn't necessarily need subject. Also, the president is not really thrilled.
So I think it would be easier to start with her when she's here.
For sure.
I'm going, Katie Conference, I've said another reason, many words.
So I think I can share.
So unintended. You need planned redundancy. But what we then have to do is have a.
We have one email that outlines
Execution corporation.
Okay.
So people are
Yeah.
given.
and then I could share you
Yeah,
the way that
where they used to be, all the ones in the research opportunity. So there has to be very tight control.
Whatever's easy.
Very tight
Just
control.
forwarding an email.
It's the workshop that's
Well, I
supposed to
could
be.
pull out a calendar on my so you don't even have the people, so
I'm
so weird.
Right now, he's running over the lawn to
New York or not,
Yeah.
that was one thing, you need to have very good
about
improvement plans
that
when
was
it's a research
your radar.
Yeah. Go to these villages, that is control, household information,
Check to make sure you're.
here's the dose.
And
The pilot defined very
4, 5,
defined
6 is 100% happen.
Yes.
and they did lead capture. They looked at against all advice. And a lot of people don't take advice.
And you know, people just have to walk on a different thing.
Love to have the teachers that you're like, well, no,
Yeah, that's why I like a lot of
and then they
this.
insisted that
Changes on this thing last night got lost. And I was just like,
Even in Rwanda.
oh, you only did one application.
Yeah. It's a big excitement.
And so like, 5 o'clock we did. And the price.
There's still a problem because they enrolled more than they, the report was enrolled so they could get.
So much better.
Whatever.
Money.
That way.
But I mean, you're obviously shifting on the fly.
9 to 14
is very smooth.
I'm
It
glad.
seemed like it was more robust than I knew.
So we have sort of overlap. No, and then they had in school obviously.
I have a very, very structured
Basically,
presentation that I
they
prefer to use.
twice as many girls as there were girls.
So,
And along with the ministry was nodding, and I said, so this is what you present to Congress late in the day when they're really tired. You get money.
I want to say the 11th of March.
And it's true that the Ministry of Health is the one, we were confused about why that's the case.
Dr. Agnes is very interested in this.
We'll continue with the.
I just got back on the 10th.
Had a
Continue
development
with
with
the.
you, but luckily we.
No, I think it's just discussion after this point.
That was really early.
So we can keep
That
this
was
on.
another big story. I get this unnamed prophet was forward and said, "It's so exciting! They're going to give us free HPV vaccine." I said, "Dump it in the river." Oh no, it's free. I said, "Lots of things are free." I said, "Well, ties to a cold stream, the Ministry of Health. It's a painful vaccine. The first vaccine girls get."
They're not.
No, it's just that we were tied to a Saudi community-based program, Shalom. So we headed it off as a community. We headed off the Ministry of Health as the line delivery system. And now I'm hoping that they'll actually create a parastatal resin, but all these pieces do this. And then all the organizations, it's another reason for multiple ones, then they basically become bonded around the project rather than locked in some one or the other. Well, either both the Ministry of Health, but also the organizations will have a voice. All I didn't write this down. This internal culture for better.
Oh, I know why. I'm sure.
Some new common culture as the implementing.
Yes, is that the Monday?
And
Yeah, Monday.
And
Okay, I'm just going to Sunday.
Oh.
improvement plans, some indicators,
I could dial.
some loyalty. So I'm hoping that will happen. It's a parastatal. The money can go to parastatal without passing through the Ministry of Health.
From India, right?
Yeah, no, the first 3 will go to second.
Sure. Definitely. Is this workshop you're talking about, is that what Girl Hub is doing with, will be doing work with, or you make Girl Hub University?
Girl Hub University, not going to do it right now. They were given very little lead time. I got an email.
People are trying to
do a
look
workshop.
at on it. I think it's an interesting story. I'm making an interesting study.
Look how the team you have so they can do it.
Because it's sort of like working with a group of helping girls and teaching girls and like how to do that aspect.
Should be able to sort
They
this
said
out
with
and
music,
deliver
they've
it.
got
It's
this
a
kind
loss.
of, they have no referrals, it's just not always done. The assistance on police,
From a lot of knowledge researchers. So that I'm hoping it's like I've read all of this. It's just
it's going to be huge to move forward.
talking through stuff. So they will have a workshop when the groups are and I hope with some stability, because every time they have a meeting and some new person comes from this new ministry, they have a child with whom they have some quixotic, event to report that should perform the program. And they're allowed to speak. I mean, I had this guy, the senior DIPA guy, would stand up and say, well, I gave my daughters money and they spent it badly. And luckily I was there, I had the data, and get extremely imperious and aggressive for all they wanted to do so. And he was just an ass. But he was, he's the donor, he's the this, he's the that. And he was just because his daughter, got a bikini or something with money, all girls in Rwanda were supposed not to get, savings. And people get away with it. He said, well, I immunized my daughter and she didn't like the child.
I started out with, working with the foundation, justifying investing in girls at all with their board.
I really liked what you said about
why should they even
from heart
do
to
that?
mind.
As the LGBT this is outside of their board. And then why India, and where in India.
Just your enumerators.
There's several phases of it. This is,
Don't get
there
distracted.
were 2 phases
Yeah,
before we
people
even
just lock
started
into this
the program.
touchy-feely, which equates with
Data.
this is an
And then
effective
finding
part
that
of my
one person needs to
personality.
see
I do this because I'm a nice person. And I know that I made no headway whatsoever.
sending work.
Yeah, I'm talking to someone, they say,
I did that for the amazing
Right.
knowledge.
I know that
Yeah,
Presentation.
Right.
And I still don't understand that why, but we weren't able to.
There's a guy
do
here,
some other organization.
very good deal. Not allowed to name, it's not very interesting.
And now we're, just at the point of ending stage
How does
1,
it multiply?
phase 1. So, and whether or not we're gonna fund
I
phase
know
2.
it's $2.
That's what this meeting is about. That's where we're going. From phase 2, yes or no, and if yes, how?
So then you know the.
And it's that, he's a businessman. That's it.
Seem like
Mm-hmm.
I was just
If you like baloney.
I was thinking of Prince.
This is the 1900s.
Yeah. I met him on
No, I
the
was there
station
when
and he
you
talked
said
about,
this metallic things
he
come on.
was aware of what kind of work I was in. He's like, oh, my daughter, and then, you get on a Virgin flight and you see, they show a picture of, it was the carousel where you can, it pumps up the water, right? And the daughter is like pushing the child on the carousel.
Shouldn't there be a question?
I have to read this right now.
I was married to children.
You watched the Academy Award?
Yeah.
Were you there?
I'm not even sure.
I was so, where, he was so.
That was the actual question.
The audience were pretty involved.
Well, yeah, so I had someone say something. I don't know, absolutely
In school, what
Can you imagine or not? I put in any kind of ethnic group
right
at
where she
all,
lost it.
Married singing some sort of ethnic slur rates. Well,
Living with
Yeah,
parents,
Times has some interesting articles.
and
But it was-
They just got away with
also
with
So it was just
no, it's
like
not
there
like
was no
parents. Our
women
parents.
were attacking, no no punishment, but also there wasn't a balance. It wasn't, and then we saw, your penis, we saw your butt. We were to push forward. There was no balance there, and everyone
in terms
there was
of
a lot of that.
there's a lot of resistance
For females, it doesn't matter who else you are.
So
She goes this far to be
like in the toolkit, that's those are like
All the red children.
it's laid out. The questions are laid
I
out.
knew that Hillary was making me.
But in the application, we've like scaled back the questions.
That's what
There's
most, no, but some of it,
there's so much
how can we reduce it?
even though all those questions.
How can,
In India, we have like they have to do a time check and so I know, but
So what's your meeting this afternoon?
also
With Senator and Berlin Power? Is that right?
Okay.
And why don't people want to do also consent?
in relation to some of the,
And then also the
my colleague Kelly.
trying to break down the expenses to the largest objections, especially for large organizations
The decisions.
right? That, but also breaking it from and but don't pass it.
Well, it's methodology, and then, small
If
numbers.
you're deciding.
Can be done by program staff affiliated researchers simultaneously.
No, and it shouldn't. I mean, that's the idea, is that we're trying,
Even suggest.
it's not intended to be research, but rather,
In,
program areas. Yeah, for all strategy. But when you start saying you're doing this household survey, a assumption is that, oh, we should collect all this other.
Well, you
information.
could do, you
And
can,
having a
well,
really hard time focusing people
and that's the
on,
thing, the question is not,
just stay with these mutual
if the majority of.
What if you're also doing this, would you just fold it in?
I think the idea is to start with, to have your program form go after the 5 questions, start and do the really basic ones.
Stop
And
free it,
and then.
well, because then
But
you're
I
not
think
doing
you could
possibility,
really
at the wrong point.
research into it, but
And we have enough
Judith
back
is very
burn on, like.
start with these 5 basics.
I was just thinking about the IRC proposal.
Right, I mean, there's no reason
They
to
have
have
a
a
research trial that's are going to get enumeration.
It's not.
Yeah.
Or may not be able to do it entirely. If we're going to do it,
In
we
fact,
want
it
to
has
combine
very
it
reduction
with
question.
separate.
So you buy training would be like a simple intervention, which would
Maybe
be
just laying the researchers would be
straightforward
one
one, but
programs
that's
would
what my colleague said, you wouldn't do randomized control trials on whether plants need sun, soil, or water. Would you? No. If you know that if you know syndrome of inability, now you might, in generation 2,
I
decide
think
the ratio, you can get away with this much less water. After it changes, so like, that's what the operations would,
That example was DRC. It was like,
there are, in effect, operations research questions you can ask you to
and so they just
preliminary.
got going, we need this information.
When
And
there's a experience.
so the default was to just do like a much more random.
You've got actually quite a good environment, programmatic.
So I think.
This is all
like,
supported by.
you can kind of know that's all.
Okay.
That enumeration
And,
support.
different groups in this program, Sierra Leone that I hope will join hands. So you've got a good environment for scale there. But the design for scale would mean.
Hey everyone, Catherine, Heather, Jennifer, I'm just wondering, can you guys, did your webcams work? Obviously I saw Jennifer was working the first session. Catherine, we saw you for a minute. Heather, I'm just thinking for this next, hi there. For this next session, it's going to be, I think it'll just be more helpful if we can all see each other. Great. Hi Heather.
There isn't currently a librarian who has to go back and work with the AGI, and there's a guy named Dala. Thank you.
Maybe Jennifer stepped away for a second.
I'd like to get a
Of you in New York, Miriam, if you're there, can you turn on the camera so we can see you all?
It's a good thing for asking, because I think we might call him up. Because now he's the ministerial person involved, and they're now going to the second figure out of it. And he was, he had some good questions. We just met with another one of the mentions, this European business man.
Heather, it's looking a little dark on your end.
It actually happens. There's been a project that's so persistent. Again, all three numbers don't work. I'm trying the fourth, you know, but it just wasn't. Nothing was going to.
Oh, you did?
Hey, those of you in New York, can someone turn your webcam back on so we can see you all?
Yeah. I think some sort of sugar levels. Sorry, I duck away and eat some food. I was just like, it happens under some of these weird.
They hear me? Folks in New York?
Well, we're not a part of your afternoon session. Thanks so much for opening up this morning. It was absolutely fantastic.
And I'm delighted. I think we're going to get together so that the IRC institutionalization fund, we've been working with Heidi. Who, of course, is Dr. Steve at this point. Where is she?
She's actually just in Florida.
Oh,
taking a break.
I wish I knew I would have gone lunch with her.
Taking a break.
Yeah. Hey, Judith, Vera, can you guys hear me?
Brandon?
Yeah, it's just outside of Tampa. South of Tampa.
We want to work up.
Miriam, are you still in the room?
We've been sort of working through it last few years.
I don't know how to get in touch with you people. I got no visual, but I have audio. Hey, those of you in New York, can you hear me?
Figure out which, what level of silo. One of my observations is that IRC is extremely siloed. And it is a terrible problem. And I don't know
I'm sorry, Kenny.
Five people. No, it's really extreme.
Hello, New York. Hello.
Maybe they turned their volume all the way down.
Well, they're right at the other end of the room.
The IRC and the different programmatic
I'm not sure this I posed it, but I did save it. I'm not sure I saved it to your thing, so I want to make sure this is the right one.
Miriam?
No, it's saved to my desktop there, so that's what I was concerned about.
Can you guys hear me?
I wanted you to look at it and make sure it's the right version.
Hello?
So many things open.
Kevin.
I think they must have turned the sound off and then everything off.
Hello.
We're in a tight ship here, people.
Mm-hmm.
Woe betide the people who try to. If you studied the career paths of people who work across.
Okay, so let's save it to your.
Cross divisions, I want to do exceptions. And you had the budget lines are different, the overhead recovery rates are different.
Yeah, we can take it out, right? You can fix it so you make sure you don't forget that.
Hey, Miriam!
Do you think would be?
Miriam! Hello? Can you guys hear me?
It's a big drag. But if there's money, you can add and fund people at a high enough level so that they're doing integrated work and it's not kind of doing Saturdays. So you buy people's time,
Miriam?
people thank them and buy 10% of something.
Right now,
Oh,
they're
my
waiting.
boss. You better do
They're
that.
wondering what's going on.
Miriam! Oh, for goodness sake. Hello? Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Kevin.
I know. Nobody in New York can hear me, though.
I remember hearing you a couple of years ago when you came. You spoke upstairs in a room.
Hello.
The windows, I think, stand remotely, and it was amazing. So thanks so much for coming here.
Things to show the webcam.
Hello, those of you in New York? Miriam? Yeah. Okay. Did you have the sound off? I've been sort of screaming into my mic for about 10 minutes.
We did because we had stopped. We didn't want it to be recording during the lunch break.
All right, no worries.
But you are recorded.
I was yelling. But no problem. So, Judith, Vera, Amy, did you have a chance to at least get some lunch?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So, Kevin, I saw you walking back in. Are you joining us for this afternoon session as well?
Yeah.
Super. Besides Kevin, Miriam, is there anyone else there?
Esma's going to be coming back shortly.
Yeah.
And I'm still here, Judith.
Okay, great. Yes. Hi, Juliet.
Hi.
Has Kelly arrived yet?
No. I think she sent an email saying she was running a little bit late. Did you get that?
Okay. All right. I didn't get that email. Miriam, so did you catch that? Kelly Hallman will be joining us. I'm not sure if you've let the front desk know.
I will. I'll let them know.
Yeah, she should be there right now.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could let them know, and to, however they would find you in this conference room, that'd be great. All right, so Judith, should we go ahead and get started? All right, I think we're all going to be snacking over the course of this next session as well, so no worries. So, again, I apologize, that you didn't get the proposal until late last night. As I had said, we thought it would be most useful to focus this next session really specifically on the Girl in Power program that we have designed. And Judith, you and I have had a chance to talk a little bit about it. If it would be helpful, I'd be happy to give kind of a quick overview of the program just to orientate the three of you and Juliet, who's maybe heard my spiel a couple of times. But if it would be helpful, should I start there?
I think everyone needs a summary, both because we need a summary, but also because you'll highlight the salient points from your point of view. Something's different about it from what you usually do, so having you highlight that as you see it is kind of implicit and helpful.
Okay, great. So I'll start there. So before I do, just to say, so this is a program that we've designed, at least a year or two ago, and have been looking for significant funding that would allow us to obviously implement the program, but also have a research element conducted to it to really be able to show hopefully positive impacts. We have chosen to pilot this project in Nimba County in Liberia, where we have ongoing women's protection and empowerment programs, and in a new region in Ethiopia for IRC called SNNPR, the Southern Nations. It has a long name.
It's a nomadic community, I think.
Yeah. That's right on the west. It's right on the southwest border. So, those of us that are sitting in the room, some of us are going to be intimately involved in implementing the project. Leora, here with me in DC, supports our Ethiopia program. Heather in London on the line supports the Liberia program. Catherine, who's also on the line, is another one of our technical advisors, as is Jennifer, who's mainly here just to be a part of the discussion and to be able to chime in and ask questions. So we are in the final stages, hopefully, of getting confirmed funding for this pilot and research program. Our main goal with the program is to address sexual exploitation specifically. So we aim to work with girls aged 10 to 14 in each of the countries. And the idea is to equip them with the skills and assets that we believe are most important to prevent sexual exploitation later in life, at present and later in life. So we plan to do that first through bringing girls together to build their social capital. They will be linked with mentors. We'll be identifying safe spaces. They will get an ID, some sort of ID card. some of the program content that we plan for is around reproductive health, providing information around reproductive health issues, various life skills, you know, and other kind of social activities. The second element of the program is specifically around increasing financial literacy. So plan to have a specific curriculum that works, you know, an age-appropriate curriculum that works with girls at this age, for them to have increased financial literacy, develop financial goals and aspirations, and hopefully prepare them to be more independent. The third element of the program is working specifically with parents or other caregivers in the girl's life. So our idea is to engage those parents or caregivers in the discussion series that helps, that we hope them, that helps them develop a more positive attitude about the value of girls, and in particular supporting girls to stay in school where that's, you know, where that's possible and appropriate for her. This element also includes a conditional cash transfer. So the idea, and one of the things we wanted to talk to you about was the value of the cash transfer directly to the girl or directly to her parent or caregiver, you know, yet to be decided. But the idea is that the girl or the parent, the family receives a conditional cash transfer. The condition is that the girl stays in school where she's in school, returns to school where that's possible, or for various reasons, if, you know, formal schooling is not possible for her, that she be allowed to participate in the program. The fourth element of the program, the overall program, is working specifically with service providers. So knowing that there are girls of this age group who are currently experiencing sexual exploitation and other types of sexual violence, we aim to work with key health and psychosocial service providers for them to gear their services specifically to this age group, to the 10 to 14-year-old age group. Heather and Leah, who have also been closely involved, anything else you'd like to add that I forgot? Leah was just writing me a note. Great. Yeah, I'm sorry, I should have mentioned the first element around building girls' social capital. We also aim to help them open a bank account and provide them with the initial, whatever it is, small funds to start their bank account. We have some information in some of the areas, some of the, you know, the banking institutions may not be easily accessible, so are looking at some option Bs, whether that's it's called the money holders in communities. Heather, what's it called? Right, I mean either, sorry Heather, we can't hear you, either some sort of, you know, piggy bank or a money holder in their community, basically a place where they can safely save some of their money if a banking institution isn't accessible for them. Anything else that I forgot? All right, so I mean, hopefully that gives you the very quick overview. Again, as I said, our target group is age 10 to 14. We had initially planned to work with a total of 500 girls in each country, really looking at this as a pilot. Just a quick word about the research, which might be helpful to kind of help orientate our conversation some. We plan to have 3 different groups. So there's one group that's getting basically the full program. The second group gets just the conditional cash transfer before the other elements of the program, in order to measure really whether there is any value in the elements, the program elements, plus the conditional cash transfer, and then there's a third group that's a control group.
That's the control group.
Yeah.
Can I make some top-line comments now?
Absolutely.
Okay. So before I forget, I think with the resources you've got, you need to go far beyond 500 per site. You've got a good learning agenda, but you can learn a lot more for the amount of money. And it seems to me it's been centered around things that are on people's minds. A savings account is a cash transfer, particularly if you give her the initial risk capital. And it's also something that is completely scalable. So there is a question in the field about whether you could do financial literacy and establishing a savings account as the core without a lot of other apparatus. But I wouldn't take financial literacy out because there's a syndrome here. There's a package. It's very clear that savings alone doesn't make enough of a difference, and that financial literacy alone doesn't make enough of a difference, but together they make a lot of difference. So I don't believe we should move back from what we already know. And we're not talking about making it more expensive. We've got a program at scale in Uganda and Kenya and now in Zambia, which is doing financial literacy and savings at scale. So there's a package there to look at. But I wouldn't separate the financial literacy from the savings. There's no good reason to do that. And in real life, you don't double the cost by having financial literacy. You maximize the return. So the direction of your research, I think, should be, if we do everything we know makes sense, what's the difference? That's your full program. If we do a subset that we know makes sense, but not one thing, and then nothing, I think that's okay. But the research methods are driving people increasingly to a meaningless reductionism, right? And I was just discussing over lunch that you would not, in the beginning of, let's say, trying to increase agricultural production, do a research into whether you need sand or soil or sun or water. You'd assume that you needed all three, and then once you'd established that the plants would take root, you might start varying elements of it, but you couldn't remove any of those to zero probably unless you went towards high. It'd take you time. So because our field steps into a development field which has become obsessed with randomized control trials, the methods are driving the questions rather than the questions driving the methods, and I urge you to have the questions drive the methods. And if I were you, I'd say, all right, I'm in Liberia. It's a small, densely packed country. It is fundamentally different from Ethiopia, which is a much larger, less dense country, particularly the districts you're working in. Are you planning to, we want to develop enough experience so that in Liberia, what we learn could be spread throughout Liberia. Right now, you have the largest budget, I think, available in Liberia. Maybe the World Bank project will be close to it, but it's good, and which is experimenting with girl programming. So you need to decide, I think, what your client base is for Liberia. Is it the country of Liberia? Is it small Anglophone African countries? I think you could as easily say you were influencing those, but you learn in Liberia, well, is it Liberia or Sierra Leone? Did I get it wrong? Liberia. It will probably be applicable in part to Sierra Leone. And Ethiopia, I don't know, I'm not a great expert, but I believe it's a nomadic group with lower density. What you're learning will probably be applicable in Sudan and a few other places in East and Southern Africa with more scattered populations, plausibly even certain parts of Francophone West Africa. But what's your circle of influence for them? That decision, I think, needs to be made. And you make contributions if you only influence Liberia. You make an even greater contribution if you are considered enough that you can say something about Anglophone, Africa on the west side in relatively densely packed areas post-conflict. And you've got another kind of audience for what you're learning on on the Ethiopian side, and I think it's great that you're working with the nomadic community, because I think population density alone is one of the big variables we have to take into account, and for which programming paradigms need to be adjusted a lot. This just went off. Does that mean okay? So that's a kind of other question. That said, you can ask some parallel questions across these two groups, which could be something like, we're in settings in which we're going to reach the most disadvantaged 40% of girls 10 to 14. In Liberia, that means X. Liberia has much higher rates of school attendance, at least as reported, among 10 to 14-year-olds, and can solve the schooling problem a lot easier than the southern part of Ethiopia can. So you could say, in the case of Liberia, the bottom 40% are this. Here's the group. Here are the indicators. The family structure issue may play in there. A single mother household, of which are a lot in Liberia. And in Ethiopia, here's what the bottom 40% look like. They'll be, you know, if they're nomadic peoples, there'll be very different indicators. It may even be things like the amount of land they range over, how mobile they are. I don't know, but you can ask a parallel question, but you have to have it at a high enough level of system that you still have research designs and program designs that are true to your context, because at the end of the day, if what you learn in Ethiopia is not useful in other parts of Ethiopia that are like this place, or other parts, it's less useful. You've got limited resources, the world does. We need your pilots to give us a lot of information about programming for these girls. They can also ask questions, they can also answer questions about effectiveness of different kinds of packaging, of different packages. And in each case, you say, okay, so we're going to have 3 different scenarios. From every source, the input that we still think is generally feasible, but that moves across health, social, economic assets. An intervention that is an intelligently designed, you know, economic preparedness intervention, and then nothing. That's okay. You've got to specify what it is. But in each case, for it to be scalable, it needs to be something that, if it works, you could imagine that you could spread it more widely. So, you know, what the dose is going to be. Are you talking about, we're seeing change in Ethiopia in married girls, reproductive behavior and contraceptive use, and reported relationships with husbands after 4 months on those variables. It's taking, however, a couple of years to change age of marriage issues in high child marriage areas, because you're intervening very strongly in a marketplace. The married girls have already entered the marketplace. So being very clear about what problem you're trying to solve, but you have an audience for them. And you can get a control. Kelly will be here shortly, and you know, there's a certain, she looked at your numbers, and with the numbers you've got, you do not have enough power for a randomized control trial, and I would hate to see you drive your proposal towards a method, right? There's a lot you can learn that validates what you're doing without having to do that. And in any case, you can reach a lot more than 500 girls in each site. We've got a cost paper. I think some of you have it. And, you know, our programs are ranging from, obviously specific to setting, Ethiopia, $1.50 per girl per year for programs, to, in other places, the most expensive, I think, was Egypt, which was a full second chance program. But in any case, if you take the program cost and you look at what the comparable investment would be for a group that weren't girls to get change, it's a very good value. Our programs have a very good value because they're reaching a group that is non-negotiable. We're reaching people with size 7 feet who need size 7 shoes. The question isn't, can we force size 9 shoes on them? We know that what people we're serving up now is not reaching them. So they are a large and unique and vital constituency, and the evidence is that you can deliver programs that make measurable change in factors that are either themselves important indicators or connected to important indicators. So right now, we can't tell you that we're reducing maternal mortality, but we can tell you that we are having an impact on variables that are in a lineage to maternal mortality. So and our HIV indicators are very strong because PEPFAR in the end had to come up with some, you know, informational, I mean, a positive indicator in HIV is that a population who did not know the means of transmission of HIV now knows it, that a population who's vulnerable to it knows they're vulnerable and realistically assesses their risk, and that some subset get tested. The violence prevention business, I think, is not possible to do because violence is a moving target. And as you sensitize your community to violence, you'll get more reports of it. That's one problem. And the second problem is that as you create opportunity structures, your girls are going to come up against instances in which violence will be used as the enforcer. So I think you can measure preparedness. In quality of care work, you don't measure how many people die. What you measure is process. You measure how many procedures were done in the right way. Were hands washed? Were people given full information? Because in quality of care, like with violence, if you start talking to people about quality, their assessment of quality becomes poorer. At time one, they will tell you that everything's hunky-dory because they get nothing, and they're used to getting nothing. And at time two, they'll report the quality is poor. And that's because you've changed the markers, you've changed the goalposts. And the best hospitals have the highest death rates often because they get the most difficult cases. So anyway, you need some sort of process standard at the level of the girl. So for your group of girls, have you succeeded in giving them the tools, the ostensibly thoughtful protective assets they need to prevent? Have you given them the tools they need to mitigate? And have you given them the tools to treat, knowing that you may not have control over what proportion of them in your two settings fall into those categories? The age benchmarking may have to change between the two sites because the nomadic girls probably are at higher risk. Well, you got to check this out. Liberia, as I actually showed the graph of Liberia, by age 12, about 35% are either out of school or in tenuous relationship to school. I suspect where you are in Ethiopia that you'll have I think I'll be surprised if you got 30% of them in school to begin with, and that the assault on their well-being is around about 8, but also that they're valued economic resources in the southern district of Ethiopia in a way that the girls in Liberia are not. But they actually have a pretty high shadow value, so there may be some cash transfers and incentives that you could do. In Ethiopia, we found a goat was really very powerful as an incentive. And it was, so what the shadow prices of girls in these environments and what their opportunity costs will be quite different. And to some extent, you're intervening in a marketplace to make them safer and to give them negotiating space. And I think those markets will shift. So I would be open to changing the age range. I'm glad you picked late childhood, early adolescence. That's great. But it may mean the sentence may go in Liberia, which has a population density of, let me pick a number, I don't know, 300 people per square kilometer in communities of about 7,000 with populations of girls 10 to 14. We successfully, who are, I don't know what proportion in school, out of school, we successfully built protective assets in poor communities using these techniques. With the full program, here was the output in terms of, both skill levels at the level of the girl and then some reported attitudinal shifts at the household. And you've got to add the community level here. You're just dealing with the household. And the household is actually a very weak arena for females and a very weak arena in which to measure change. Community is much stronger. And historically, where females have, when important changes for females often happen within local community structures. That's where, in the United States even, where you see, when you get female representation linked to resource allocation that's most powerful, it's at the community level, not in the household level because they're fighting it out hand to hand and there's so much violence, and not at the national level. I mean, 45% of the Rwandan legislature are female and 30% in Ethiopia are. But the Panchayat Raj in India is quite powerful. Good things are happening with it because it's close to the ground and a third of the members are female. So anyway, I think your prospects for measurable change at the community level are high, and higher and easier to track than at the household level. It doesn't mean you shouldn't interview household members at time 1 and time 2, but it ends up treating the household as the guardians of the girl's well-being, and they're the most likely group to threaten it. And your intervention is basically creating a counter power group to the household. What's what you do? This is the space bar? Oh, right. So your intervention, I mean, what's the premise? That the household is going to become the caregiver. Actually, the girls are the caregiver of the household. It's, you know, this is her high threat environment. Even her mother, because the eldest female in many of these settings becomes the husband of the wife. She's beleaguered. She has few resources. So the eldest adolescent girl is often at very high risk, precisely because her mother needs her and you know, withdraws her from school, and there's this great affection. It's not about affection, but the mother's all alone then. This would be particularly, I can't speak about, in Liberia it'll be especially true. So I think you'll need situation-specific hypotheses about, you know, kind of the worst, what's the best a household could do for a girl. And your intervention is basically saying the household isn't enough of a power base. We need to create community-based meeting spaces for girls because the household is too isolating. It's actually the mechanism through which she is stripped of authenticity, friendships, freedom of time, and movement. It's, you know, it's sending Dillinger to the bank, basically, as my father used to say. But the community structures have some relation to the community, to the social contract, which is very strong in Liberia. The human security pillar in the Constitution there is very strong. So at the community level, you could get some collective guarantees. You could get, I think, probably some very interesting new use of space, community spaces open. If we go back to those icons I showed, and a plan in that densely packed community with typical Liberian-style entitlements laid out there, and then deciding in what's the name of your program? Is this Girls in Power? Yeah. How am I going to
Girl in Power?
Yeah. How am I going to know I'm in a Girl in Power community at time 2? Did the water just close over? I know I'm there because there's a play space for girls that's monitored. There's a youth timings that the girls have access to, and Liberia is about to build a whole new array of youth centers. They do financial literacy once a month at the community center led by the girls, that the banks have hours that are particularly girl-friendly, etc. You could permanent structural change is very feasible with the kind of resources you have in a lot of communities. In southern Ethiopia, the Ethiopian government has just fielded 32,000 female primary health workers. They have a very heavy agenda, but they're supposed to visit every household, which is a moving target among the nomadic. There's a different array of entitlements and services that you might be able to change. You may want to recruit those workers on their off days, because I'm sure they still need money, because they're visiting every household or every compound, and they're an incredible potential resource. There's the largest fielding of women in African history going on in Ethiopia. This is a low-density population. So you could say that each of our communities. Someone spoke?
No, sorry, I was going on mute and unmute. I didn't want to interrupt you. Go ahead and finish your thought, and then I have a few follow-up questions.
Of course. Now this is just, this is like Peter Falk and the balcony. Did anybody see the balcony? So Peter Falk is very tired. It's the end of a long war, and he goes and he thinks he's captured the enemy. And it turns out to be a group of cows. And he thinks, well, while I have you, and he just keeps talking and talking and talking into the void. So this is what you're getting this sort of rant, but I'll structure it and get done so we can talk. So anyway, you've got some really interesting opportunities to learn things we need to learn in two very highly contrasting settings around a population that no one is dealing with. So please do that. Please learn those things. And please have goals at the community level, which I think will be among your most permanent. You can measure stuff at the household. That's fine. but I think you can permanentize change at the community level because the girl is not a wholly owned subsidiary of her household, and this in fact empowers the household indirectly. You don't want to empower the household vis-a-vis the girl. You want to weaken it. That is one of your goals, I believe. You want her to be supported, but you want to limit their control. A lot of work with power groups, a lot of media work with a lot of social intervention programs do this with males and females. They basically say, well, let's get the husbands involved, and the take-home message is, okay, this is another part of her life I now control. You basically empowered him and not her. One of my godchildren was working for Partners in Health in Southern Africa, and they started insisting that husbands be present in the interview with the expectant mothers. This seemed like a do-good thing, right? Well, she said basically it was the only female space they had. And they come in, and the husbands would dominate and would say, she'll take that, she'll do that, she'll do that. And they basically just strengthened the hand. So I would be very careful about that myself. And you're basically creating an offset to the household. Liberia, I have some personal experience. We interviewed a number of girls there, and they often said, you know, we're told to be good girls. There's a kind of a big importation of Southern Baptist culture there, so, you know, a great burden of the family's dignity is on whether the girl's seen as loose or something. And one of our girls said, and my father's dating girls my age, and I'm supposed to, you know, it's fairly confusing here, and home is not really a safe place because my father's telling me I'm upholding the family honor, and he's hitting on girls my age. So, and mom needs money, and she's telling me to go out and work, and et cetera, et cetera. So, one experiment you might do, at least in the densely packed areas, since you're interested in the household, is in a few places you might do work where you just deal with the household. And then you could deal with clustered households so that you weren't dealing with the whole community, but you were dealing with geographically contiguous households and taking a sort of sub-community approach. And then in another one just dealt at the community level. I mean, obviously you reached your girls and the girls that you wanted and all, but you developed a contract about behavior and expectations at the community level. It would be very interesting to see how that approach would work in a less dense nomadic place, and whether you actually are dealing in compounds, and if there are polygamous households, which there may well be, an analysis of what the important relationships are. But I urge you to have extensive experiments with seeking measurable change at community level. So, example, Southern Ethiopia, we know it's an Empower Girl community because the visiting community health workers all know all the girls, and each one of them runs a girls' club every Saturday. We actually made the proposal to the Ethiopian government, one of the many that we've made that has not been taken up. But you already have a cadre of women who live in the community who are going door to door. For an extra $10 a month, they may be able to run the girls' clubs. Maybe that cheap. But you'd have to plan it because they already have this brief and they're down at that level. And in terms of sustainability, what you find out, you know, tackle an infrastructure that's there that can be experimented with. In Liberia, there'll be some parallel questions. So I'd like to hear from you how you plan to measure sexual exploitation.
Sorry, I just took a big bite of my sandwich right when you asked that. So, Judith, before we get to the answer to your question, can we ask some follow-up questions from your thoughts?
Sure. Kelly's just arrived, and I just went on a sort of meandering chat about the research design.
Okay.
Okay. So Kelly's a researcher, so I was lucky she wasn't in the room.
No. Sure.
Hi, Kelly. This is Kristen. We spoke on the phone, and my colleague in the room, Judith, was also on the line with us when we talked.
Great. Nice to see your faces.
Hi, likewise. The rest of the members are also the technical staff that sit on our women's protection and empowerment team. And perhaps we'll have a moment to pause in just a bit to formally introduce ourselves. But before I forget my questions, and I'm sure you know, I'm sure you all also have some questions. Just a couple of follow-up things. You know, our interest in the household was driven by, you know, the belief that it is the parents or the caregivers that are pulling, you know, that are one of the major factors that are pulling girls out of the school, either to work in the fields or to work in markets. So we saw, you know, the need to engage those parents and caregivers, you know, to help them be more supportive of girls in particular staying in school. You know, and some of the basis of the program centered around girls staying in school, you know, is building off, you know, Judith, I think what you started the morning session around, that, you know, school, irregardless of the conditions of that school, you know, tends to be, you know, a protective factor in girls' lives. So just to explain a little bit, that was one of the driving factors around working with specifically parents and caregivers. What we had left a bit open and still have room to plan in more detail is how we engage those parents with existing community structures. So, you know, there was a lot of conversation around, do we get the parents engaged with, you know, the PTA committees that exist within schools to help the schools safer. There was a lot of internal debate around that. So in essence, we've left it vague in our proposal that we want to support parents to, one, you know, build more supportive and positive attitudes and beliefs about girls, you know, provide them with incentives to keep girls in school, that's the conditional cash transfer, and three, support them and help facilitate them to engage with community structures that, you know, presumably are identified by the girls as important and inaccessible.
I understand that piece, but I think this is why if you have 6 months to do really strong formative research, it'll be vital, because working in Kibera, only 12% of the girls were with both parents. The household was mainly single mothers, and the eldest girl was kind of the partner of the mother, and so you have to have an empirical frame of the living arrangement. So all of the data we talked about getting just right off the bat, so you know what kinds of social structures you're looking at and what the meaningful unit is. They influence what happens to the girl, not suggesting you don't spend some time on it, but because we often accord them more power, we increase their power or we misjudge it because it's different from setting to setting. Just now in India, when we were trying to classify households by vulnerability, in those communities in which there was a tradition of intergenerational prostitution, two parents really wasn't a good plan. You were actually better off because there were two people to kind of organize your time. You have to take a somewhat oppositional view in your analysis of where the power lies. And the girl is the family credit card. Even if she constructs what happens to her as her choice, you know, I chose to get married and so forth, a lot of girls in Liberia will basically get married because there was nothing, will have a baby because nothing else interesting happened. So having picked your communities, and I'm wondering why you picked, is it NIMBLA? You're already there, but you've already got a program going there. I'm not sure that's a good reason to be there for this work. I would want other data that suggests why you want to be in that district. Is it particularly disadvantaged? Is it large enough so that what you're already doing will not contaminate this experiment? Is it convenient? Why NIMBLA? And anyway, in any case where you decide to go, I would begin in the first 6 months of moving into selecting the places you're going to work based on more objective data, including doing some mapping of potential places so you can say, oh yeah, well in this place, gosh, we thought we'd have a bunch of parents. We thought we'd have a school. We actually have, you know, 30% of girls living with aunts and, you know, 20% married, and you're going to find some layout that challenges your thinking, and you'll want time to then play with it and come up with a feasibility, do some feasibility testing. I thought we'd work with this kind of mentors. No, it actually appears that that group is very slim in this area. So 6 months to refine your questions, and then after the fact find the parallelisms between the two sites. But just parallelisms, they're different places, and you're specifying programmatic inputs in different places. So I don't know if that's helpful, but that's, and as I said, I think you've got tremendous possibility to also develop then goals for change measurably at the community level, not just at the girl level, not just at the household attitudes level. Last advertisement. Here's something that needs to be done. Many groups say, we're going to change norm X by community dialogues. This has been a strategy for UNICEF and all sorts of others. And, you know, people will turn out, as they say, for an envelope opening. So they get 3,000 people. Ah, it was a big success. Yeah, we all talked about it. We had a durbar. It was great. Everybody agrees. Everybody knows what to say. In Ethiopia, when we did, and after years and years of research and some very big name organizations, you know, claiming victory on changing child marriage norms, we did some research in which we asked the girls separately from their parents, and their parents all knew the right answer. Child marriage is a bad idea. It's linked to HIV, blah, blah, blah. Girls should be in school, blah, blah, blah. They knew all the right answers. They also said that we may engage girls early, but we don't move them till they're ready, meaning around menses, we don't move them actually into their husbands' homes. And their husbands, in this case, unlike India, are not just a few years older, they're men 10 years older in an HIV area. We don't move them. We then asked the girls separately, added another step. We didn't take them. The parents knew what to say. And if we measured their norms at time 1 and time 2, there was no needle moving. The girls said, look, even those who've been married for some years and are 16, 69% still report their sexual relations as coerced. They don't actually get used to it. The girls were asked, when were you moved? I was moved as soon as I was engaged, sometimes as early as 5. 70% about had been sexually initiated by someone, their husband or someone, in the new household before their menses. We were only going to get that information from girls. The old model was ask the community what they think. They'll tell you. They pretty much have learned to tell you what they want to hear. They will. There's a famous program in West Africa that does community dialogue, but they don't actually ever examine girls. So they then go and they ask, what's your? Well, we've all rejected FGM. Really? What's the evidence for that? You're interested in violence. Liberia isn't a particularly high child marriage area. It's a high children having children area. In Ethiopia, we were able to measure a reduction in violence because we had a very strong structural measure, which was child marriage. We don't usually have that. So your interest about violence, I think, is I would shift it to better preparedness, prevent, mitigate, or treat, because I think the definition of violence will change. There may be, in the southern Ethiopian context, high levels of child marriage. I don't know. They could be. And you could take that as a benchmark of structural violence that you're going to change, in which case we've got a lot of information about what works in higher density areas. And then in terms of incentives, you'll have, at the individual level, household level, and community level, you'll have great differences in Liberia and southern Ethiopia, obviously. So the salient minimal incentive is going to be important. And as I said, GOPS worked really well in Ethiopia with 95% continuation of the program and a 2-year change in age of marriage in 2 years. I mean, quite astounded. But that was from 14 to 16. I think from 16 to 18, you could employ other kinds of incentives. So anyway, if you take a 6-month period to specify a whole lot of questions which you look at simultaneously and then evolve with respect to your 2 areas, what problem that girls face in late childhood and early adolescence are we going to address? With what changes we want to see at the level of the girl, level of the household. And at the community, you have a chance really to begin to tackle the sustainability issue. These places represent reflections of government commitments, in the case of Ethiopia, actually innovative structures like these health workers. And you can actually begin to tell the government of Liberia and the government of Ethiopia, here's actually what you do with those resources vis-a-vis these girls. You can, not only is it great for the girls, but that's a real scalable finding. There were in our catchment area, 35 of these community health workers, and we supported them in doing girls groups, and they can do it, and it takes $10, and It makes this kind of change, and everybody's happy, and you don't have to, I mean, these are findings parallel to what they did in Bangladesh and MATLAB, where you've got a great program, but you've also really pre-wired yourself to influence national policy.
Sure, question. Folks, any other questions? And then maybe we can come back to how we plan to measure, you know, decreasing risk to sexual exploitation. Catherine, go ahead.
Hi, I have another question. It's linked to this household question. I think it's really interesting what we're talking about, you know, the engagement with households and things. There are a couple of things that have come up both in the previous presentation and in this talk that I wonder about. One is, you know, when we were talking about the asset exercise and determining the assets that 10 to 14-year-old girls need, my understanding from what you were saying, Judith, was that, you know, mothers and others would be involved in determining these assets. But if their own beliefs are that girls, for example, shouldn't know about family planning, as we see in some of the countries in which we work, or you know, shouldn't know about their own bodies or the right to take decisions, or when we see that, you know, in some countries there's a real high acceptance of domestic violence, and one of the assets that a mother could say is that, you know, by the age of 14, a young girl needs to know what being a proper wife is, or things like that. So, you know, I wonder how we manage that. And that also goes to mentors. You know, as I've been reading documents about this and I read about the mentors, a lot of the mentors will have the same beliefs about what girls and then young women should be able to do. And so I was just wondering what your thoughts were around that, because I think that that's somewhere where I find, you know, I think it is challenging to engage with adolescent girls, as you were pointing out, if everybody around them will believe differently. But how do we make sure that the mentors, for example, are providing the correct messages that we want 10 to 14-year adolescent girls to get, if that makes sense?
Sure. So when you do the exercise, first of all, you often can do it initially with some of the program planners to see where they lie, and then you interrogate it, because they typically, and I've got syntheses of these, will put some health assets earlier, and everyone's beginning to get the girls need friends that they don't have them, and this is a very important asset that mobilizes other assets. They frequently get lost on the financial literacy and other fronts, because they have this notion that you go to school and then you're 16 and then you leave and you get a job, and there's no stepwise vision. But anyway, the process is that if you have the girls do it with some preparation, I can assure you they put things much earlier than the parents do, and the program planners. And in Liberia, we did it a lot. And we had the vice minister of youth, female, and she put up the most conservative set of goals I've ever seen. Everyone was supposed to turn into a middle-class person who at 20 had not had sex yet, even though 70% of the girls had had babies, and shouldn't have a savings account because she could. And I said, well, didn't you have one? And she said, well, that was me. That was me. And so forth and so on. And we went through all of that. And that's where the data is so important, that you sit down and you say, all right, look, here's the reality. Girls start dropping out of school dramatically at 10. A third of them, the week I was there in Liberia, we had 40 girls in one school raped, right? And the Minister of Education there, the minister's there when this stuff was going on. No air conditioning, though, been stolen by the UN peacekeeping force, but anyway. Paid for fuel and cash that day. You basically got everybody's prejudices out on the table, and you said, we don't want to describe it as it is, we want you to describe it as it should be, to get the girls prepared. This is a human stock question. We had the data, so we could immediately go and say, look, if 70% are having babies by 20, and their menses are coming around 11, and we're getting, and the more we collect the data, and in Liberia at that point, I think 65% of the rapes were being reported to girls under 15. I mean, give me a break. There's no logic here. And this is, again, this is why we don't discuss social norms directly. I always do it. I just don't give them a chance. I don't get them, and I don't give them a chance to do us them, by the way. And that's why, years ago, There were a bunch of researchers that decided they were going to find out what the mullahs in Morocco thought about abortion. Well, that was a bad plan, because then they decided they should control it. That was the take-home message. So it's very important that a lot of this work early on empowers groups that you do not want empowered. You might want to have some idea of what they think, but they also act in packs. So the asset exercise is done with different groups. The girls, when they did it, we did one in Sierra Leone, introduced age 6 themselves, and their stuff was all crowded early. The girls' patterns will be different than the mothers, fathers, will be different from the program managers. Moving this to the left side of the brain, you have to evolve the health, social, and economic assets that are seen as the minimum package for these girls to be adequately prepared for risks that they reasonably run. One advantage of working with a very young population is that they're not yet stigmatized by having experienced these things yet, so that you can put it under the heading of preparedness. With regard to reproductive health information, in general, parents would like someone other than themselves to deal with it. They actually would like it dealt with, usually. They just don't want it to be them. And there's actually kind of an incest taboo in which, I didn't learn the facts of life from my mother or my father, and I'm glad I didn't, I think, more or less. But anyway, research suggests, and there's a lot in Africa, that parents are very happy for someone else to handle it. The thing that they're concerned about is that the mentors to their girls are considered decent, quote unquote. And in Egypt, that means that she's either married or marriageable. And the mentors need to be selected with care as meeting the community's criteria for decency and the girls' criterion for being accessible, which means they're usually between the ages of sort of 18 and 30. But this is a very important part of your program. So you select them, and you train them to work to transmit information, both the content and in the method that you want. That's part of the very core responsibility of the program. Once you've profiled what it is you think, whether it's whether it's the 10 to 14-year-olds in Liberia and the 8 to 12-year-olds in southern Ethiopia, and in terms of long-term design, how you're going to measure change is important. The reason you want these positive benchmarks is that you may over time have laid the foundation, as you're wishing to, for better protection strategies, but you won't see it for a while. They're sleeper cells. So if you've got a group of 8 to 12-year-olds in the nomadic areas, you're going to have to follow them longitudinally a long time to pick up the biological markers that everyone else is looking for. So you're going to have other things you're going to mark. I think whether they're staying in school is a good one, but you're going to need other ones. Having friends, using friendship networks, some self-esteem measures. And then I'm hoping that you get a research design which allows for a longitudinal analysis of the stability of these assets. Another thing we desperately need to know. You set it up properly, you can have a long-term sapling frame that can be actually followed, so people can find out what happened with a girl who's you had an input intensively between the ages of 8 and 12. Where was she at 16 and 18? We have done some work in Malawi, longitudinal study, and I think Kelly, it was a sample of 7 to 15-year-olds.
I think that's what it started at.
And then now they've been followed for 7 years. This is an unbelievable, $20 million, by the way. Wow, totally so far. And the markers they've had to use are things like, being in school, that's okay. They've done some cognitive measures. But we're left with, this is another reason why your age group is so important, what does on track mean? And, well, I guess not having HPV. So the biological marker is HPV. And it basically indicates that girls and boys can reliably and over time not accurately report on their sexual behavior. That's one thing we've learned about it. So if this is your marker of what's happening to them, it's not a very good marker. And and everybody needs there to be measures of what on track means in a given society. So that's another place you can innovate. At the end of 1 year, how do you know things are going well? Well, they're still in the program, they're still in school. But what else do you want to know? And then over time, within these societies, what does success look like?
Judith, this is Fiona. I really appreciate the focus on communities because, we've been working with girls now, help
We can't hear. Yeah. We can't hear well enough.
I can't, I don't know, I know. Sometimes you just...
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I think.
I really appreciate the focus on communities because we've been working with adolescent girls in Kenya going on 2 years through the safe space, mentorship, life skills, financial literacy, whatever, and we've seen some great, effects of that. But the question that keeps on coming up from our staff and from the mentors is how do we expand the idea of safety? So it's okay for girls to have this safe space in which they meet, but their environment, their overall environment is still not safe. And so is it good enough to just have a safe space? And how do we work with the wider community to ensure that safety is expanded within that context? So I really appreciate the conversations we've been having today around the community intervention. That's been really helpful for me. My question is just in terms of the Girl on Power model, we have come up with the cash transfer to families intervention as kind of the research component because we felt that that was a gap in the current research, and that based on CCTs that have been done in other places that could have an effect on social norms and outputs in that community. Do you feel like that's in terms of filling a gap in research around the reduction of sexual exploitation in humanitarian context? Do you feel like that's where the gap lies, or do you feel like the research question is actually something different involving communities, or if maybe our initial assumption was off in that regard?
Well, there's a lot, and I want both Amy and Kelly. Amy and I have been, I think I sent you one of the reviews of the cash transfer, some of the cash transfer work. There's, I think we should have a number of people comment on this. Certain methodologies and certain programs catch people's eyes and everybody wants to do them and so forth. And there are different ways to do cash transfers or transfers of things that are materially valuable. So that's where the dividing line. What's new here is that with young populations, we're basically thinking about them. We're doing an economic analysis of why they are where they are, and we're preparing them for decent livelihoods and even giving them economic assets. Giving a girl financial literacy and helping her open a savings account is a form of cash transfer to her. It's a form of a transfer to her of an asset. And in many cases, you might cover, what they did in Liberia, they covered the initial $1.50 or whatever it is you needed to open the account. And they provided the social capital. And that, in terms of a scalable program, that probably is doable in Africa to make savings accounts more accessible using bridging social capital, some financial literacy, and perhaps some assist in either reducing the minimum amount to open an account, maybe just waiving it across the country for a certain age group. It also is a great tool for matching. You could say, all right, the girl has an account, and if she's still in school at the end of this year, we're going to give her 10% of its value. It creates a portal for long-term incentivizing of different kinds. Or our girls with savings account will be put into a pool, and if all the girls, this is where you could aggregate up with, so let's say you say, if all the girls in your communities have savings accounts, then we'll put all of their names into a bowl. That all the communities in which at least 80% of the girls have savings accounts will be eligible for, a water point or something. You basically create new classes of communities based on how they're treating their girls. It's another thing I would like about some experimental with the economic side of things, in which you send a benchmark at the community level, and then the community itself enters a pool where it can get something it wants. Let's say you're going to give water points anyway, but you move them up in the queue. There's a lot of experimentation to be done, and there are lots of things lots of levels at which you can transfer assets to girls, to households, and the communities that should be thought about short of what they're thinking about as conditional cash transfers. And most of the research is showing that you don't need the conditional. If you get to the right households and you get to the right person in the household, you get a good result without the extra cost of monitoring conditionality. I believe this is true. Kelly knows more about it than I do. Yeah, nodding. So, I mean, the conditional part you may well not need if you target properly. But that means this 6 month to really understand your communities and lay it out. And even dialogue, what would be enough? When we established the cash transfer, in effect, that we used very effectively in Ethiopia, we, you know, what was it would take to change your mind? Well, a goat is a big mind changer. The promise of a goat was a big mind changer. 80% of the girls were in school. We had almost no dropout. They got their goats. The day we had to get the goats, there was panic. Finding that many goats in Ethiopia wasn't easy that day. But anyway, it was. But the 6 months lets you test all of this and not be driven so much from the outside of what people think is all popular and interesting. And think about scalability. You're not suddenly the government of Liberia is not going to move to CCTs. I don't believe. But if you showed that savings accounts, the Giving Girls savings accounts and financial literacy was leading to retention, and then there might be some household level incentives. All households with girls who are still in school go into this pool, and we'll do a drawing, and they'll get a computer. You know, and it'll be 1 in 4,000, but people don't calculate that. They just calculate that they're in the pool, right? That's the way lotteries work. You could lotterize incentives. There are all sorts of stuff to be done. But you need this initial phase to find out who's actually making the decisions and how subject they are to change. I think the whole world is, I think almost when people are ready, almost anything will keep girls in school. Sajda, I mean, our colleague looked at in Bangladesh at 5 different programs to keep girls in school, and they all worked. Now, some of them were less expensive than others, but basically, when you've got government support and you're at that tipping point. A bigger question is what difference the school makes if you don't combine it with financial literacy. Yeah, they finish school, but the fact is in Liberia, they're out of school. They don't have any financial literacy skills. They basically think they went to school to become middle-class moms, and they're looking for Mr. Right who's going to support them and leave them at home. And then they get pregnant at the same rate the other girls do, a little bit later. But, you know, there's the content of schooling is, to me, more of an issue, actually, than people's wanting to have their kids in school. And when you talk to the nomadic groups, what tasks the girls actually do will be very important, because there may be a seasonality to the schooling. When BRAC did the mass schools that it did, very successfully in rural areas, those schools had 70% girls, so it was a girls' space, and they were organized to be 3 hours a day because it was an agricultural community, and there were some seasonal fluctuations, and those girls that went to those schools, even for a couple of years, mainstreamed into secondary school at a higher rate than the girls who'd been in there all along, because they thought through their audience and the timing and what input was really needed. And those girls, in addition, had a vision of themselves which was broader than just, right now I think schooling in a lot of the world is used to be told to young females, you really won't have to work, don't worry about it. This is the route to the middle class. Now, Kelly was working, and I think what you did in South Africa is fascinating. I'm remembering correctly. You're in a community in which the big input at the time you got there was, sex education in schools, an HIV epidemic, lots of violence, and conventional social media. The intervention, you were right. You did a lot of analysis. Don't only put words in your mouth. Did a lot of analysis that showed that social connections were very important as a protective factor. You mapped the communities and saw that the girls basically were not safe anywhere. You mapped social capital differences between males and females that were systematically different. You decided the community structure you were going to work with was using the school as a base, but maybe talk about, you were concerned about the levels of violence, sexual violence, and HIV in the community, but the intervention at the end of the day was financial literacy, livelihoods training that was conducted in the schools, but by personnel that came from outside the schools. Just talk a little bit through the logic that got you there in terms of, you didn't come to this right away.
Right. So,
yeah, sit over here.
You sit there, maybe closer to the mic, and our other colleagues will hear it better. Sure.
You can stay there.
just to say I had some initial comments on what the previous discussion was, so don't let me lose those.
Yeah.
For the South Africa intervention, we basically started with a representative longitudinal survey of young people in the area, and I happen to be the only sort of non-medical type, I think, working on the team, and really wanted to pay attention to the economic and social elements that were underlying some of these exploitive and unsafe experiences that young people were having. And to make a very long story short, we did our analyses, and basically, as Judith said, social capital and residing in relative poverty were some of the really big factors that put girls at risk for both non-core sex and basically sex of various types that are, probably not the best activity for girls to be engaging in. But then what we did is we did a scan of all of the programs that were in that geographic area and trying to reach girls, and in fact, most were very sort of basically providing information about, okay, HIV, but not so much about the underlying factors in terms of 40% were orphans, most did not have any access whatsoever to even the available training or financial opportunities in the area. And so what we try to do is work with providers in the area to tweak their program to make it much more responsive to the daily realities that young people were facing. And for the girls, many of them could officially open a bank account, but they had no clue how to do it. They could officially get their ID card, but they didn't know job one where to start at all, even to take the first step to get it. And so what we try to do is really provide practical skills for young people to have an economic and a social asset in their hands, and we looked at what impact that had on young people's not only savings, financial behavior, and sexual behavior, but also upon their school attendance, their job search activity, their ability to get social grants, because again, South Africa has a very good social safety net system, but a lot of people don't know how to access what's there, and so that's basically what we did. And we tried to do this in a community setting at first, but because we were working in an area that was not a very dense urban area, it was very hard for people to actually get to a group on a regular basis at a certain day at a certain time, because transport was difficult. Safety was a big issue. Again, like they would have to leave the group long before dark in order to get home before dark, and it just turned out to be really not practical at all. So what we did is we delivered it through the school, because South Africa has a very, very high school attendance rate compared to most other African countries, and so that was the best way to reach the vast majority of young people. And so we contracted with the Department of Education to do this during the school day so that people didn't have to stay after school, because when you do that, you're basically creaming people who have transport, which are the higher income people anyway. So that's what we did in South Africa to date.
And it was so innovative. First of all, the time taken, and you'll see often Kelly's data comes up over and over again, because they did this in-depth inventory. What are the community resources? Where did the girls have access? Where they didn't have? And just, the distinctive male and female patterns of access. South Africa has a particular political environment in which it was difficult to propose girl-only things. There were some girl-only things that happened, but as an analyst, Kelly's pulled out over and over again. You'll see positive differences for males and females, but they're in different areas. And if I'm remembering correctly, you basically use the school as the community facility. In other words, it's a building that's there. It happens to be a school. You had to have permission to include this in the school day, but it was not run by the teachers, and that was based on other research that showed the teachers were carrying too many burdens as it was. Some activities were done separately by boys and girls. They both had good results, but they had good results in different areas, which I think you should talk about a little bit.
Yeah.
And just one I especially remember is you had the girls, first of all, by nature and habit already saving, but they had no safe place. And then you had the girls attempting, this is why community getting the community just makes specific things. So the girls made something like only a quarter of them relative to the boys who sought accounts actually got accounts. There was some, you know, they had the information, and this is where you could see now that you needed the pathway. You now have the data you needed to say, okay, now I have something to go to the community and say, okay, they're all prepared, they're all ready, and you guys are standing in the way. You know, we want you to make it possible for these girls to get their savings accounts. The boys get them, why can't the girls get them?
It was really interesting that we tried to open the same opportunities for boys and girls just because there was a lot of insistence among the community leaders, the traditional tribal authorities, that boys there, you know, obviously need a lot of building up in other skills as well, and they certainly do. And so what we found, as Judith said, that boys and girls were basically tried to access formal financial institutions they did access formal financial institutions at the same rate, but they were not able to establish the accounts to the extent that boys were. Girls were not able to the extent that boys were, because girls didn't have all the ID documents. They didn't have a previous employer to give them a reference. They didn't basically have the sort of social capital and experience in the world that enabled them to access those formal avenues that the boys could.
And just taking this to Liberia specifically, the big breakthrough in Liberia in the design of the World Bank program were two things that cost them no money. One was to give the girls who are going to be in the program, we're going to get a training bonus at the end. So, you know, you struggle into the program, you're there for 5 months, and at the end you get $25. I said, why don't you just give them their account up front, or half of it? Next barrier, well, saving in banks is dangerous, say the decision makers. Do you have savings? Yes, we do. I said, well, they're smarter than you are, because they wouldn't just only have savings in a bank. They'd have it under their pillow too. But if it's good enough for you, why is it good enough for them? And we're serious. This was actually the most pivotal one. And it was precisely because at that moment, and your project can do the same thing, you had the possibility of using your social capital to say, we're bringing in 400 girls on Saturday, and you'll be giving them bank accounts, thanks very much. And the criterion for getting a bank account was, some of it could be overcome by the program, they were given IDs and so forth. But that pathway, once it's trod, can then became, now the girls around them can get savings accounts because they broke down that barrier. That intervention and creating the girls in the program into teams that were residentially based were two absolutely free elements which were identified as the two most powerful parts of the program. One was building social capital, and the other one was giving savings accounts up front as a guarantor to the poorest girls that supported their participation. And in most all cases, they added to the savings. I mean, in other words, they began with $5. They were so cheap they didn't give them half. They wouldn't give them the $12.50, thanks. Gave them $5. They said they couldn't withdraw that $5 until the program was over. No big deal. They had a savings account. That's what they needed. And all of them added to that savings account. Plus, it was the first contract anyone had ever. Now, that's the difference between doing a community contract up front and just saying, you will, these are all things, you know, get out of our way, you will do this. And then you permanentize access for a whole class that otherwise you miss.
I just wanted to comment on some of the things that were being discussed before Judith brought up the South Africa project. So I just want to make sure I understand the question that you're trying to ask with this project. It's basically you have an economic component, whether it's CCTs and or savings or whatever it ends up being, and you're going to offer that to both of the experimental groups, but then for the one experimental group you're also going to offer the social capital and financial education, and then you'll have a control group that has, well, at least the current version has a control group that has nothing. And it is I mean, obviously all of those things are going to help girls, and so is the question, like, is there an add-on, a value added of combining the two, or what exactly is the sort of big question that you're trying to answer with the project? Because we know these things are good.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kelly, this is Kristen, our original question was really to try and isolate, is there additional value or not of having just a conditional cash transfer? So basically, do you get the same thing the same outcomes for girls if you just give a conditional cash transfer versus if you give, you know, the whole package. So the building of social assets, the financial literacy, the work with the parents, plus the conditional cash transfer. So trying to isolate those two.
Okay. Have you told them about Karen's?
Yeah, I have, and it's just there's certain things we already know.
Yeah,
There's no reason to separate financial literacy from savings ever. It's at low cost. They're mutually enabling. The dividing line may be between the conventional information only with no assets versus a package which builds assets around financial literacy and savings. I would take that. If I had to take, in other words, there's the current form is girls just need information about their bodies, their nutrition, so they can ask better. It's not put in a power paradigm or economic paradigm. We'll just bring them together, tell them about their bodies, make them feel good. We'll play some games with them, and you know, we're sure things will be better. Well, everything you do with girls makes it better because they're so good. They outperform our stupid designs. And then there's another group that says, well, no, they're actually economic beings. Let's begin with something that's explicitly understand they're a market share. They're basically a fungible market share, and their bodies are the fungible part. And we're going to give them financial literacy and savings, which is not a very expensive intervention. And by the way, it's very expensive to give conditional cash transfers because you spend a whole lot of time monitoring the conditionality. It's really not worth it in most cases. So I'd like to do away with the people who treat girls as information receivers. In Kelly's sample, I believe now 99% of girls know everything about HIV. This is not what mitigates their HIV risk. What mitigates their HIV risk is their financial knowledge and their preparedness and their vision of they have an exit plan. They have the cost of exiting a punitive system is less. So I think you're casting the question at the wrong place myself. I don't think I think we know that you can deliver very low cost. Basic financial literacy in a savings account is a package. In Karen's experiment, something happened that's interesting. They'd organized for the girls to, and we also wanted the girls in groups because we knew that was not costly, that the girls themselves maintain groups because they want to be socially affiliated. But some girls who turns out were not selected, was not a selective sample, were not told that they could join a group. So some girls got savings accounts, a minimal introduction, and other girls got savings accounts, minimal introduction in the context of the group. Well, the girls in the groups did much better, and along some very interesting parameters. And now, you know, it was strong but tentative guidance. The cost per girl, by the way, was very cheap. We have the costs on that program. They were like really cheap, the costs per girl of participation in that program. And 4 banks participated. So 4 banks now have savings accounts for girls. That's a structural change. So there was community level change, and the people they used were some of the teachers in the schools then became people who knew about financial literacy and savings. So you permanentized, you know, there's no loss there. The water does not wash over the sands and erase your advantage. But the added value of being in a group was very clear from her results.
Can I just make a comment too on, I think obviously the Zomba study in Malawi has really just spurred a ton of interest in you know, the whole CCT thing in terms of girl outcomes, but really in that particular situation, the CCT was designed for an education outcome and to keep girls in school, and that is the mechanism through which it had an impact on HSV and HIV for girls. That would not necessarily be the case in every single setting. It really, really, really depends on what's going on in terms of the activities that girls are undertaking. If girls are not in school, getting them in school is going to make a huge, huge difference to their sexual behaviors and hence their HSV and HIV outcomes, and probably their sexual exploitation too. But that varies a lot depending on the environment. So if in Ethiopia girls are not going to be in school anyway, how is the CCT really going to help them in terms of reducing their sexual exploitation? It could, but it will not be the same mechanism through which it worked in Malawi, and the same in Liberia. I don't know the Liberia context, and so I'll have to, you know, hear what you guys have to say about that. Yeah. But I mean, don't think that a CCT is going to work in any setting like it did in Zomba, because the settings are going to be they're obviously very different.
And the other thing in Malawi, the simultaneous study we had, I thought was fascinating, was that so the girls, you get girls to school on time and keep them there through adolescence, and a certain proportion, fairly high proportion, struggle through a terrible system, a ratio of 1 to 200 teachers to students, 1 to 400 girls to female teachers, right? Often two sessions. Teachers that are out a quarter of the time because they're sick with something. Girls and boys out of school the same rate of time. Boys don't have periods, but, you know, ill health and being out of school. They graduate. The girls all the way through report their skills at lower levels than the boys do, but their measured skills are the same. So they've internalized it. They leave pretty much in the same place. And within 4 or 5 months, the girls are subject to quote-unquote de-learning. They have less skill levels. Is this an emotional accommodation to their disappointment in the world? Is it the fact that they don't have a social place to interact with other girls and they basically, or they can't go into the marketplace where their skills might be used, and English language being one of the really important ones in reading and so forth? So what would the intervention be? One other finding. The girls who weren't in school had a higher numeracy than the girls who were in school. Why is that? Because the model is, I believe, that you're in school because so you don't have to support yourself, right? It's a failure if you end up supporting yourself and your children rather than an expected outcome for which you should be prepared. And the whole world operates as if success looks like 10% of U.S. households where, you know, dad works, mom's, I mean, it's ridiculous. So they're psychologically disabled, these girls, I think, on lots of fronts. So what Kelly's saying is, I think I come back to the same place. Spend 6 months in each place, really hammering out what the important questions to ask are. You will find parallel questions. No one is working with that age group. That's the first thing. Okay. Almost no one is working with nomadic communities. That's important. You've got really interesting different community resource structures in each place. One is densely populated, one isn't. One is quintessential urbanish, peri-urban West Africa, and the other one is nomadic Southern Africa. So hammer out questions, draw parallelisms, but don't compromise the integrity of the questions you're asking for the environment you're in, because those are important questions and they will have implications for large population. If you only did Ethiopia, you'd have some very important results. If you only did Liberia, you had important results. So don't regress to the mean. Don't compromise. The feasibility questions are key. Something like the Zamba study and others, you'll find they say, well, we can't replicate these. You're going to go there and you're going to say, okay, you can work with girls like this in towns like this. So I'd rather you be in more places in Liberia. We're going to work in 10 towns of 1,000, or communities of 1,000 catchment areas, and in them we're going to find an average of, 30 girls. How many girls would that be? Let's do quickly. You'll have 150 girls of potential interest. I've got 10 girls in each of those communities who actually completed high school. And yes, they can be engaged as mentors successfully. And then I have X number of girls. I've got, 70 girls who have tenuous schooling, and I'm going to invest in them beginning around age 8, bringing them into some kind of structure, and I'm going to give them 30 weeks input, including some assets they walk away with, such as an ID card and a savings account. At year 1, we find the majority of girls who went through the program are still in school and their control. We've had this dropout. At 2 years out, we discovered that 3 of them have reported forced sex, and you don't know which direction it's going to go, by the way. I don't know which group is going to happen, because reporting itself is an issue, right? At 3 years out, we got a couple pregnancies in one group and not in the other group. There are going to be different markers along the way, and you've had an input which might be really quite cheap at the end of the day. It may be 45 hours of input, but steadily over a year. The input that you did in Pinetown was, and I thought it was fascinating, in Pinetown, all 10th and 11th graders, or was it? Yeah, 100% of 10th and 11th graders, both males and females, got this financial literacy component. So you have a cohort effect moving through. So another area of experimentation. What if I get all the girls, not just part of them? What if I decide that, and what if I experiment with that? That's an interesting experiment. In one place, I'm going to do demand-led recruitment. Another place, I'm going to do targeted recruitment, but I'm going to get half the market share. In another place, I'm going to do my utmost to get 100% because, in fact, I'm dealing with social norms and changing the marketplace for girls' bodies, to put it literally, the way I think it is. And I'm going to see, because I think the threshold effects have a lot to do with the saturation, not just the content of the intervention, but suddenly all the girls are going to a girls' group, all of them, once a week. And they then form a cohort. This is collective action. This is why I question the household business. Not that households, but in effect, we're building a new structure to counter the effects of what atomizes girls. And they're not like other disadvantaged groups. If I'm a leader in the, African American community I go back to a home. The home is not my hostile environment, but the home is a hostile environment for the girl, however closed. Or I go to school. That's also, all the places I'm supposed to be safe, I'm not safe.
I have another comment too on the there's on the bottom of page 6 it says building existing evidence that increasing income of households can have a positive impact on girls, and again the Zomba study is referenced here. And if I'm not mistaken, the majority of the economic benefit actually went to the girls and not to the households. And I think that's really feeding into what Judith is saying there, that it's really at the girl level where we're seeing the impact of the economic experiments that we've done at the council, and I think that others are doing as well.
So I realize there's a lot to handle, but I'm wondering, I know you're funder by chance, and I think you're funder.
Sorry, Kelly, can we ask Kelly to repeat what she just said? Sorry, I didn't quite catch it.
Yeah,
I think it was really interesting.
Yeah, in the Zomba study, the cash transfer, I have to look at the paper again, but I thought the majority, I know they had a girl level transfer, but then they also had a household level transfer, and my understanding was that the girl level transfer is where it really made an impact. And it only made an impact for the girls who were still in school, not for the girls who were out of school. But I guess my suggestion would be to look again at those results, and I don't think it's safe to assume that necessarily that you're going to get the impact from making that transfer at the household level only.
And other experiments, that the WIC program in the United States changed the location of where it gave the benefits. So, food stamps, we included this in the uncharted passage because I found it just astounding. This is a huge sample, right? So you have disadvantaged young mothers. And so first finding, at every stage, including, the weight gain during pregnancy, I think it's birth for age they used, in which there was a male present in the household, the results were worse. It's just structural. And in many cases swamped everything else you were doing, right? So female control is obviously the issue. Now let's move to food stamps. Give them food stamps, per se. They're fungible against other, you end up, a lot of people buying steak. Since when do babies have steak? I guess we'll index them. You can only buy these products. Well, it's still a fungible economy. So they, are buying the foods they're allowed to buy, but that frees the other money because these females have no control of what the men do with their money. And it's overt. People know she's getting it. It's not a secret. Secrecy is very important for power with these populations. Another reason why you need girls' groups. There are a lot of things they need to know and share among themselves. Women's World Banking was doing, we've done a lot of work with them, and they, ethically, and they said, well, we've got to let the community know, and the girls know that they can take their money out at any time. I said, why on earth would you do that? They need a secret. I said, the girls need to know that they have to have some emergency money. Girls always have to have it. You never lock savings away from people fully. You always have emergency savings. But the community needs to believe that there's really going to be tough to pressurize those girls to give up those gains. So transparency at the wrong point is a problem because the people most likely to take their money are their household members, male intimates, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, everything needs to be rethought in your local in your two, I think, excitingly diverse settings, population density, everything else, and then come back to your donor, who I do know and has a learning agenda, and say, this is what we think we can learn. And you can do longitudinal designs. You can, I think you can reach many more than 500 girls. I would go for reaching a lot of communities, provided you're looking at communities that are more or less representative of the size of communities and the types that you're going to have under those scenarios. So you don't go to the most marginal. You go to what's typical, and you're learning something very fundamental. And the first 6 months, you're testing feasibility, coming up with theories of change, and deciding what are the significant experiments to do. What are the questions worth asking? And the last advertisement for that is that when you go through, which you'll have to go through, an IRB, a research review. What is IRB literally? Internal Review Board.
Yes.
Yeah. The first meta question is all this effort worth the result? I think it's the question that's not often asked a lot. They're asking whether would this question offend this girl. But actually, we're going to go to a lot of time and energy. And is it worth the candle? And you can ask some really significant questions, the amount of resources you have. Just make sure you're asking ones that make sense. We don't need to pander to the CCT maniacs or the randomized control maniacs. Love some of them very much, but they should not drive what you decide to do.
Some look really happy on the camera.
Others don't.
Thanks. Heather, I think you have a question, but we can't hear you.
Oh. Now can you?
No, Heather.
Oh, Heather,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, sorry, it's Heather. We can't hear you. I see your lips moving, but I don't hear anything.
Is that better now?
Yep.
Cool. So, Judith, thank you so much for all of this. I am fizzing, actually, from this conversation, and there's so much I want to talk about. There was a little bit of a pause, and I wanted to jump in with a question. When you were talking about the community contracts earlier, and I absolutely agree with you about this, about that as a mechanism for leveraging families. So it's kind of going round families in the interest of girls, and I absolutely agree with you about that. So my question is then, how much, or what's the potential for mentors to be part of that bridge between girls and the community? And how have you done that, if you've done it? And what are the kinds of things that we need to think about in how we train mentors, and in how we support mentors, and in how we, from your diagram, bring those two hands together?
And I hope Kelly and Amy will jump in. So you're looking at the community as a cloth, and if you lay it out, you will know, you will see the cavalry that's there, the mentors that are already there, and there may be in some governmental structures, and I'm suggesting in Ethiopia these community health workers should also be looked at as potential mentors, because they're throughout the country. Slight digression. Much of this model was originally inspired, at least my thinking about it, in 1984 when Ruth Simmons analyzed why the fielding of 11,000 female family planning workers changed the balance in Bangladesh in terms of reproductive health and contraceptive use. And if there's finally the possibility of contact, household level contact, between vulnerable invisible females and a female with more social capital, definitely build that into your design. If you've already got something going on, at least be open to the idea that you can take an existing infrastructure and make it more effective by some value added. Not as the only thing you do. So typically mentors are 18 to 30, meaning that they're older than the girls. They're exceptional but not rare. In the case of Guatemala and other places, we would actually we do some word of mouth. In Ethiopia, in the Beirut Tesfa, because it was so important that the local Kabeli chiefs were helpful, we asked them to nominate 20, and then we gave them the criteria, and then we selected. Exactly. So you give them a little nepotism is okay, because they are going to have to be brokers. And the guys are political animals, and they know who the community respects. In Egypt, we got the criterion from the community, and that she had to be a decent, a good girl. Basically, we could not do anything with those girls that harmed their marriageability. Nothing that we did socially could harm their marriageability, and nothing we did physically could harm their fertility. We didn't do anything physically with them, but that's the general rule, right? So in Egypt, they wanted someone decent, properly not veiled, but modest in public, good reputation. We got so many applications, more than we could take. We fielded them in pairs. When we did the research, because it was difficult doing research in Upper Egypt, we would take the pairs of mentors and move them to the next village. We would actually, the baselines were collected by pairs of mentors, but in opposite villages. So we got some, it had to be well trained and all. So, the mentors, this is one thing we learned everywhere. We knew they were important. That wasn't, what I learned was how important they were. We had the category right. We didn't have the valence right. It's the single most important element of your program. They are the bridge between the girl and her family. They are the mediators. They're the people who make it possible. You're talking about a population that is 100% young, female, and poor. So, you don't want the kids running the school, right? That's not the girls cannot run this program. That's not a good plan. The mentors basically run the program. They run social offense. They have to be of a fabric of the community. If they're outsiders, they won't last long for a lot of reasons. So recruitment takes place through community channels, and one way to do it is this compromise of you give the criterion, you give some stakeholders a chance to nominate, and then you pair them, at least, the same principles with the girls, social capital, social capital, social capital. Every decision you make, you say, will this increase social capital? Will this increase face-to-face contact between females? Don't jump to cell phones. Don't jump to cell phones. Figure out when cell phones build social capital rather than extract it. Someone said, we'll do it in northern Nigeria because they can't leave home. I said, oh, this is success that they still can't leave home? You have a chance to give, 200,000, 4 million girls a chance to leave home once a week, and you're going to deny it with cell phones? Thanks very much. Plus, in Navrongo, they actually gave cell phones to all their young pregnant women. Guess who owned the cell phones a week later? Guess who's in the room here? Husbands, boyfriends, yes, they've lost them. So anyway, technologies are not our friend until we have the face-to-face relationships established, and it gives them cover. Yes, use the cell phone to give the mentor information that only she has, so they all have to go to where she is and get the cool information, and whether it's the market information or the whatever. But really be careful about technologies. What's convenient for us is a deal breaker for them, and it's a stupid waste of money in many cases. So pick mentors with criterion. 18 to 30 is a general rule. A large population will already live where you live. We've just analyzed for Niger how many you have per district of girls who graduated. You also get an immediate effect by having hired these girls, because now someone who graduated from high school actually has a job. No, that's never happened before. They've just been left on the shelf. And the pride of this is indescribable. In the case of Beirut Tesfa, the mentors, now this is the point at which I cry, but I'll try to contain myself. The mentors have survived this process. They were in the bus station themselves one day. They arrived for our first meeting with some without arms. I looked at this group of survivors. For them to be able, I have cried at this point, for them to be able, Kelly knows I do this all the time, for them to be able to deliver what they know to these girls. They have lesson plans. These girls, these poor, poor girls turn up 3 times a week. And the first day they do kind of more didactic stuff. The second day they talk about what actually happened to them in their lives. And the gift to these women to be able to rewrite the script for girls just like them. Amazing. Amazing. What they need in terms of stipend, we have a cost paper which you can certainly look at and see. Generally that you stipend the lead mentors at a level that you might a bicycle messenger, or in the case of South Africa, you benchmarked it to.
It was an auxiliary health or social worker?
Yeah, auxiliary health or social worker. And you can have different tiers, but you can't build an army of the dispossessed. And what message is it that now the girl who went through school is being asked to be a volunteer because she has 2 X chromosomes? Unbelievable. So they can be resourced in different ways. Bank accounts is a good thing to do for mentors right away. They actually are good candidates for some direct deposit. There are lots of resources that are very meaningful to them, apart from cash, by the way. We're building mentors organizations in many countries because this is the long-term army of change. And now in Guatemala, I guess we have a total of 500 mentors that are in sort of their sub-organization of their own, helping to guide programs. Long after you've gone, those people will be there in place. Those are the ones who are now finally positioned so that if governmental structures decentralize, they are actually prepared to make decisions and organize the women's voice. This is actually under the category of governance. So when you're going after money, look at governance money. Everything we're talking about is also in a lineage to increasing social organization and justice and voice and distribution of power. The mentors then have, again, this is really important. When I did the quality of care work, for any of you who are aware of that, it's a long time ago now, there's something called interpersonal care. And there was a great guy called Don Abedian who separated healthcare into technical and interpersonal. And Don Abedian should have been enough for the family planning field to deliver high quality care. Here was the problem. The family planning field had not adopted a health objective at the level of the client. It had adopted a contraceptive promotion goal. Okay? So that meant that a successful worker was one that passed out more contraceptives. It was not a client level measure. We had client level measures which were perfectly useful, which were to what degree the client came in, you actually asked them, what would you like? I'd like to have a child, I'd like to delay, I'd like to terminate childbearing, and you would just find out whether the client got what they wanted, and that was a better plan and measurable and so forth. But anyway, the field was afflicted with this, and still is, that you were measured based on the number of contraceptives you either actually handed out, dumped, or whatever else you did, right? Interpersonal care there was seen as something you couldn't train people to do. This is very important. So whereas you would have a training and they would tell people, well, here are the pills and, make sure they do this, that, and the other thing. And in effect, when the first family planning workers went out in Bangladesh, their job was to go to the household and basically be a talking package insert, right? Hi there, who are you? You have a uterus. Is it full? It's not full. I'll come back, blah, blah, just. It was assumed that interpersonal was a right side of the brain function. This is important to our discussion. So you got a bunch of females. The assumption is that they're sympathetic, empathetic. There's a huge variation. That's important to know. But what's also important to know is that people can be trained to behave differently interpersonally. They can learn participatory ways of presenting information, but there's a range. Some people may be in the untrainable at one end or the other, but most people can be trained. But most of the field accepted, because they had this mechanized view and very input vertical-driven systems, that interpersonal was just a matter of your personality. So when you're training mentors, you're training them not only in content, but what's more important than content in many cases are methods of engagement with the girls.
Judith, I think this is really like the technology bias only a generation before, and now it's like the cell phone, whatever, like that is the measure, but no, it's not. There's just different forms of the technology bias, and you can't change outcomes or shift any sort of paradigm with just this technology approach at all.
Yeah, and it's already seen, because it's gone mass, it's seen as already cost effective. Either something you've been doing forever or something that's new is called cost effective, and anything else is called costly, irrespective of the evidence. So just beware of that. But anyway, mentors then come in all shapes and sizes in terms of their personalities, and they are trained both to deliver material, and they're trained to deliver in a certain way, and then they're allowed to specialize, so that if you've got a program that has mixed content, you could have a couple of them become particular specialists in the financial education, so they become trainers of trainers, a process we're now in the midst of in Haiti, which is a very difficult environment because people are so hierarchical, but we've got a group now, a core group of about 25, who really know how not only to deliver financial education, but in a way that's empowering. So you can do some division of labor according to interests and so forth, and you can build an organization out of them. And let's see what else to say. If you get the mentoring wrong, the thing goes south fast. Oh, supportive supervision. This is really important also. You have the time and you have the donor structure to make this a learning agenda. So supportive supervision, this is another thing from my mentor that I learned very early on, who was struggling with the early version of the Egyptian family planning program. And they were going to deposit pills, in households in the Delta, and figured that like someone would take them and there'd be some result. This was literally the model. And she trained a group of women who were very happy to connect with other women. And then when she had sessions, she basically did forced choice. And she said the following: what that you were asked to do this week did you feel you handled easily and you were comfortable with? Now tell me something that you were asked to do, problem was brought to you, materials delivered, that you were either didn't feel prepared for or you were uncomfortable with. Because otherwise, they internalize the idea that they're widgets in a little machine, and they stop reporting problems, the things you want to know. With the populations we're dealing with, they're like the sensors on the bottom of the ocean who tell you that there's a tsunami coming in. And how do they do that? Because they feel perfectly free to say, some of our girls are being pressured sexually by men in the household. One of our girls was raped by her cousin. This girl was taken, they're threatening to take her away for a secret FGM, whatever. If the mentors don't feel they can receive this information, and if they confuse their sense of powerlessness with their incompetence, which will happen unless there's supportive supervision, then they stop reporting the things that make them feel uncomfortable. So you're interested in sexual exploitation. Very important that your mentors understand that their job is to, without violate, another important issue here, without violating the confidentiality of the girls, and it's difficult in face-to-face societies. You could even have a situation in which they would have a box and have them put in a piece of paper describing a situation, and then the person who is their supervisor could pull it up and say, okay, a lot of you are being faced with girls who are being sexually exploited, and you're really nervous about this. And for a variety of reasons, they don't want to be identified. I mean, I once had to report a sexual harassment of a colleague, right? I was very, very nervous. You know, this is not fun stuff. So but anyway, you're going to especially have to work hard so your mentors understand that they are there to hear the girls and transmit what they hear, not because they're responsible for what's happening to the girls, but they're responsible for us knowing what's really on the girls' mind. And then after they've been operating for 6 months, this is important, and I hope we can get this done in Rwanda. You have them rewrite their job description, because I assure you whatever job description you write for them will be wrong. You might have the categories right, but you don't know what proportion of time they're spending in different things. And they may be spending, over time, 40% of their time actually helping with individual situations or household visiting or something. You always have a management problem and a morale problem if the job description is different than what they're actually doing. So then the notion is you say, okay, now you've been doing it. And that's one thing really important to do with mentors. Now tell us what the job is. Tell us what the most important qualities are. Tell us what the challenges are. And let's write something that really, and tell us what you feel you should be rewarded for, you know. And it shouldn't be, you know, one reason you get elite bias in programs is that, you know, the girls got there on time. Well, actually, it's more important that you maintain the participation of the most vulnerable girls. But anyway, the notion that their job description is temporary until they empirically define it collectively.
I mean, all of that information was incredibly useful. We had a lot of questions around the mentor, so thank you for sharing all of that. I'm just cognizant of the time, and I'm wondering if we can pick your brains a little bit more around the measurement question. I think actually your original question a while ago around how we plan to measure risk to sexual exploitation. So, you know, it's certainly not something that we have come to a definitive answer about, but some of our ideas were absolutely in line with yours, looking at you know, we originally were focusing mainly on protective factors. So trying to identify those things that girls felt like would help keep them safer. Do they know, you know, the actual places in their communities that are, you know, where they feel and other girls feel unsafe? Do they know where other, you know, sexual exploitation incidents have happened? Do they have a safety plan for themselves? Have they identified, you know, someone they would tell if something happened to them? You know, things like that. What I wrote down from what you said at the beginning was around the protective assets, tools to mitigate violence and tools to treat violence. I would love to hear a little bit more, particularly around the tools to mitigate as well as the tools to treat. I think one of my, in particular questions around the mitigation and something we're always trying to balance is how do we ensure we're not putting too much, responsibility on girls to stop something that is really outside of their control, while also trying to identify and measure the things that are within their control that can help, mitigate future violence.
Well, I insist that both Kelly and Amy comment. I'll give you a few thoughts. I do not believe you can measure reductions in violence now, definitively at all, unless you've got something like a structural violence measure like we have with child marriage. And that doesn't mean there are other forms, but that was a benchmark that was objectively verifiable. Otherwise, it's a moving target, as I said. And the quality of care work at time one, services were great. And as soon as we started work on quality of care, they got worse because people felt they were sensitized and they spoke up. And the other thing, in the case of our girls, they will be put in new situations. Now, if they're put in new situations with a team, and I think one of the imports of Karen's work was that the girls who were in a group had less harassment they reported. Well, I think that's because they actually had a team, so to the extent that they got into economic enterprise, they had a female team to move into it. If you just give a girl a bank account, she says, oh, gee, I think I'll go to the border and shell some chickens. Well, that's trouble. She's going to the border, she's selling it to this guy. Or I'm going to go by myself on the beach and buy some fish off this guy who's got a fish scarcity problem, he's going to rape me. So you can't control for that stuff and you shouldn't be responsible for it. So I would say that measures of preparedness, a specific safety plan, a specific sense of the safety by day, by week, by season, and a plan to respond to it. I think you may be able to get some objective measures of community safety the following way. I love Kelly's response to this. Let's say you do safescaping. Let's say you take the community and you say, okay, snapshot one, and you've got to have a correct comparison. I now have a 14-year-old girl, or a lot of them, and I'm going to ask them to walk around this community and tell me where they are perfectly safe at high noon on a Tuesday. Let's pick what they define as the safest time of the week. It's not market day, okay. And then I'm going to translate them into pixels, and I come back and say, oh, look, the safest point of the week for a 14-year-old girl, she still can really only access about 15% of her community completely safely. Now let me take a boy at that same time. Where can he go? He can use 85% of it safely. Now let's go to Saturday at midnight. Time one, time two. I think you can probably get a quantifiable dimension. Now my goal with the community is to say, look, we want the girls to be at least as safe as the boys. No one's perfectly safe. Because this is, again, where a male sample is probably helpful. And here are some of our goals. Our goals are for there to be a safe path to school. There may be a few key things. So you're not going to get them from 15% safety to 85% safety, but you may be able, on high noon Tuesday, to have 40% of the community be places girls could go because you've made specific provisions and because the community's bought in. I think that's a measurable objective. I'd love to see someone experiment with that. To the extent that you're working in conflict zones and you've got refugee camps, you have a very contained environment. So such a benchmark might be particularly helpful. It might require, a friend of mine who was working, I guess, in Dadaab was saying that they put the girls' school next to the mosque. This wasn't a good plan. So the action item between time one and time two would be, okay, we're going to move the school away from the mosque. That may free up 40% more space for girls to move around. And so that's those kinds of measures. And you could take specific facilities and measure between time one and time two. Kelly did time one. I think this, limited access, safe access and amount of access, and then have at time one, never going to Plainfield, too scary. Time two, Saturday mornings are okay. Those are really important, measurable, and they also solve the problem of individual choice because not all girls want to go to the playing field. But could they? That's the question. Could they? Is this a place they could go? So it doesn't have to be a question, did you go to the playing field? That's another question. But literally now, let's look at this community. There's been some responsiveness. So I think those things you can measure. The questions we often ask on safety nets are not only the safety plan, but someone to borrow money from in an emergency. Kelly and I actually have a list that we put together for the CDC that we can certainly share. But someone to borrow money from an emergency, a safe place to spend the night in an emergency, someone to turn to an emergency, and then we added this one recently, which was a way to get core foods safely without, as opposed to, selling your body. But, I mean, we're, dealing with very poor populations, so hunger is a big, and maybe, Kelly, in your environment would be a way to get school fees, since there was a reported spike in exchanges of sex for gifts or money. So, that you have a specific plan to have school fees that does not involve exchanges of sex for gifts and money. I mean, there's maybe some tailored elements. And in India, with the group we were just with, the girl needing a plan for what she was going to do during the melee. Big festival, a lot of recruitment of girls, a lot of exploitation of girls. The World Cup's coming to town. What's my safety plan? So anyway, those specificities, and 5 friends and a place to meet them. I think the social capital is very important. I think it's pretty consistently. And I guess I put into the mix, but I do so because of Kelly's research, so she can comment, that having a financial plan, I believe, will correlate to a lot of good things, including a sense of safety. What would you say about measures?
Yeah, so I mean, we're over time, so I don't want to take a lot of extra time. I completely agree with a lot of what Judith has said, is that if, you're just using these sort of conventional measures that people, try to ask in a survey, have you experienced coerced or, sex against your will? I mean, very few girls will actually come out and say that they have, and so therefore at your baseline, you're starting at 0, and then you sensitize them, and it looks like they're experiencing more later, right? So you don't want that. But, obviously there are factors that correlate with those experiences, and Judith has, outlined a lot of those. I guess the bottom line as well for so many of these girls is the balance between access of space and opportunities versus safety, because so often they're circumscribed geographically, physically, in the interests of safety, yet even in those small spaces they're not safe. And so like we did some mapping in South Africa of the same community for girls versus boys, adult women versus adult men, etc. And it was almost mapped exactly to what Judith said. The adolescent girls had the smallest space, self-defined what their community is of anyone at all. So the younger girls had a bigger space than the adolescent girls. The adolescent boys had the biggest space, and so it's really this, sort of tension that we're dealing with in all of these communities, whether they're rural, urban, etc. So I don't have a whole lot to add beyond what Judith said. Yeah, I can talk about the various research that I've done, but I can share that with you at another time.
Another structural piece that you'll run up against is that if you decide to get into very sensitive and not necessarily good measures of sexual exploitation, you will have a terrible time with a review board, either because they'll see the questions as, and you're talking about young populations, very hard to get these questions. The CDC, you had to move heaven and earth. I don't think you need to ask them. I think you basically can use, I think you can ask things that are safety plans, consciousness, intentionality, things that are not sensitive to ask. But once you get into these other things, not only are they hard to track, but you'll have a really bad time getting through an IRB. You won't be allowed to ask them.
Has the age group been specified?
10 to 14. It was 10 to 14. Okay. I mean, or that late childhood, early adolescence, which I think is excellent. Amy, did you have things you wanted to say? You've been listening.
Yeah, no, I think we covered it. I mean, I think the challenge and sort of adding to what the two of you were talking about is thinking about the list of social, economic, and health assets that you build at the girl level, as well as the institutional assets you're building within the community that will link, to this reduction, feeling safer in larger percentages of the community, and kind of going through the 120-some asset cards that we've developed, or Judith has developed, and kind of figuring out which ones to focus on within the curriculum. Within each context, and it's different within, your two contexts are so different that, how your curriculum will play out, I think will be quite, where the emphasis will be quite different.
Great. Well, thank you all so much. Honestly, I feel like those are kind of empty words for all of the information that we've gotten today, but it's been tremendously helpful. So thank you very much for the preparation as well as spending most of your day with us today. Shoot, there was one thing I wanted to say. It just flew out of my head. Oh, Judith, just in terms of, following up for future sessions, I'll be in touch with you by email, and we can see, what's possible within our, our overall technical support plan with you, as well as, certainly your calendar, and see from the IRC side if there is interest in delving more in one of the particular agenda items that we covered today, and we can see, what's possible to make happen for a future session.
That's great, and Amy's here for many reasons, but including that she's going to be working on the sort of IRC portfolio, so to speak. So I think you're, asked for everybody's both titles and where you are in the organogram, because I think I think we need to be strategic at every point and figure out who all needs to know this. And as I observed, hoping not to offend anybody, from what I've learned, IRC is very siloed. So they're going to have to address that, and hoping you all can structure resources to create a financial incentive so that people can work in an integrative way. I listened to so many conversations when I was in the IRC office, which should be about adolescent girls, but they were from a silo that don't usually deal with them. And I was like, I had to be restrained in my chair saying, you want to be able to work with you both individually, but also with the idea of institutional change. And I think you might think about a kind of indicators committee or something. I think you've got to have to change what success looks like. It's not really, both at the individual career level, at the program level, at the country level, I think. And there's special interest in girls in emergencies, so I think that conversation were pursued, what does success look like in the first 10 days of an emergency, 10 days to 3 months, and then 4 months to 12 years. Because I think a lot of I think you've got the double challenge of siloing, and the fact that those first 10 days are critical, but they can set in place structures that are almost impossible to shake loose later.
Yeah, no, we don't take offense to the comments about silos. I feel like the organization, we're at a stage where that's widely recognized. I think, our challenge now is how do we get out of that and look at different ways of working. So as I said at the beginning, our team as well as the rest of the organization just went through a pretty, an extensive strategic plan process for one of the specific goals and outcomes is around more collaborative programming, particularly around common populations, and adolescent girls, tops that list. So I think it would be really interesting for us to look at, as you said, both how our technical support agreement can support, our women's protection and empowerment teams specifically, but also support the wider organization towards some of these more collaborative programming goals.
Yeah, and perhaps sequestration of certain senior staff for long weekends in the Bahamas where we drill information at them. How does that
sound? Wonderful.
Sound good?
Yeah,
for high-level officials with resources, but they can't leave the island until they've handed over the money.
I'll start working on that one.
Okay.
All right, Kelly, Amy, Judith, thank you so much for the time. It's greatly appreciated.
Great, thanks. Enjoyed it. Do I get something? Oh.
Good, how are you? Should we say bye?
They're clapping and waving goodbye.
Yeah. Oh. You're not going to